Hello, VOD watchers. You may be, I suppose, to live watchers on Twitch. Hello. You may be wondering, what are you doing today? It's a Sunday. You don't stream on a Sunday. And you're completely right. I don't. I don't stream on a Sunday. Yes, say hello to Gant as well. And what happened? Yes, the emotional support Gant. Hello, Gant. I love you, Gant. I miss the days when I was just me and you, Gant. So what happened was, I was doing, as I always do, talking about Bobby Fulbright. It was great. We were talking about him and Dual Destinies as a whole, and it got me thinking about how I'm currently playing Chronicles and how much I fucking hate it. Fuck this game. I was lying in bed, having a grand old time, thinking about Fulbright, right? It was like 8 o'clock. It was a good time. I was enjoying myself. And then I was just thinking about how much I would rather be experiencing that game again than I would be fucking playing this shit. And I thought to myself, I should play the fucking game right this fucking second so I can get it fucking over with. So I don't know how long the stream is going to be. It is going to be as long as I deem it necessary to... Because I don't have any fucking food. It's raining outside. It was raining really fucking heavy earlier. So if I'm not more upset than usual, I apologize. I was having a good day, okay? I was going to do writing. It was going to be great. And now I'm sitting here in desperate need to kick someone in this game. Thank you, Moopie. Thank you for being upset with me. You understand me. Yeah, I'm not gonna scream at chat, okay? I'm not gonna scream at chat. It's not gonna be you guys that I'm gonna be screaming at. It's gonna be the characters in the game for being so fucking boring. That's my main critique, is that... See... So the game, as a game, isn't bad, and I can definitely see why people like it so much. My issue is that I'm so fucking disinterested. I have not met a single character that I am like attached to in the way that I am with so much of the other characters in the games. Like, I have not met someone who I'm like, oh my god, I like you so much, I would buy merchandise of you. No, not a single one of them. Like, I'll admit, I like their designs and they're fine as characters, but I just don't give a shit. It's like who can I fucking compare it to, right? It's like every character in this game is like a C tier in my tier lists. Like, Urlock is like actually doing things and being interesting, so he's inching ever closer to that C plus tier. I still don't give a shit though. I still don't care. I like the mechanics of the game. I like what they've done with so much of it. And it's not like the cases are uninteresting. They know what the fuck they're doing. And because, you know, of course they do. This is like their whole fucking job, writing this shit. And like, I like what the cases are in theory, but when I'm actually playing them, I just don't care enough about any of these characters to be excited, right? Like, I didn't necessarily give a fuck about Apollo when Apollo first showed up, but like by case 3, I was enjoying hanging out with him. And with Naruhodo, I just don't care, mate. You haven't done a single thing that's made me find you entertaining as a character. And Van Zeeks, I can't really decide where to put him on my scale of prosecutors, because, like, he's pretty, I like his vibe, but I don't really get what he's about yet. Like, I didn't like Sadmati as a prosecutor, but I at least understood his character and knew what the fuck he was about. With Van Zeeks, it's like he's given me nothing to work with, so I just don't care. My biggest issue is that if this was a TV show, I think I would like it so much more. Because I like those kinds of TV shows, and I can like see the tropes the characters would fall into in like a British murder mystery. As it stands with the game, fuck me dead, Jesus fucking Christ. Just who is any of these characters? Susato is fine, but she's boring. She doesn't have anything to her. Like, I haven't really had a chance to really hang out with her until the investigation that we did the other day, which is bullshit. I should know more about her by this point. I should feel attached to her as my assistant, and I don't. I don't give a shit that she's going back to Japan. She can do whatever the fuck she wants because I don't know her that well. Like Maya was fun, and Trucy was fun, and whoever else we were using as an assistant, they were fun. The one I didn't really give a shit about is Albie, but like, he wasn't there most of the time, so fucking who cares? Like, I liked all the other assistants. And like, bonus points to the assistants because I got Black Quill temporarily as an assistant for one fucking trial. That was incredible. That was the highlight of my day. Susato is just, she doesn't do anything. She doesn't do anything. And she's not interesting as a character. She's like generic woman character. And Naruhodo is generic protagonist character. And Urlock is fucking weirdo loser. Like, he's actually getting fucking story now. How is it that Herlock is the only character who's getting any fucking story at the moment? I wanna like it so bad. I wanna care. I just don't. So, I don't know how long this stream is going to be, but I am going to fucking play this game so I can get it over and fucking done with. Am I hungry? Yes. Is there anything to eat? Fuck no. Because people ate all my fucking cheese. So no, I don't, there isn't anything. I might eat my ice cream later. Or now. I can do it now. You think I deserve it? You know what? I fucking deserve it. I deserve that. I think I deserve that. Just don't give a fuck. Just don't care. Just don't care. My goodness, I need, hang on. I'm getting a thing up. My god, my internet is slow. Why is my internet so fucking slow today? Okay. Trial part 1. This will be a 4-part trial. Fucked if I know how long this is gonna be. I do need to get a mini fridge, but I actually have no fucking space in my room for that bullshit. So fucking no way. Fucking no way. Oh, Gant. What would I ever do without you, Gant? Look at you being absolutely fucking adorable. Isn't he cute, guys? Isn't he really cute? He's cute, guys. Oh, wow. I was not expecting that to be in the background. Jeez. I'm gonna get my fucking ice cream. Because I deserve it, and if I eat the whole fucking tub while I'm playing this game, you can yell at me. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last. One that I would remember for the rest of my days. Oh, I'm sure we fucking will, Naruhodo. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress? Sato, or however you say it, I don't know. Miss Susato had left early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. Right with that, Aya? Forget about me, if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so... But you, Gina. I got so upset thinking about Chronicles, that's what happened. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Ginny? And did you manage to sleep? Hi, kitty. Iris? What are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Zidius, I don't know what the fuck you mean by daddy. That's my emotional support animal. It's just a big kitty cat. I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't that right, Waggy? Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What harm could it do?
Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now then, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny?
Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad.
Yes, the question always gives people's personalities.
Let's not go there.
Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move.
The bad news was a weather report?
So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port.
Gosh, yes. Alright then. So what's the good news?
Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, oh, that is good news, isn't it?
I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news cancelled out the bad.
And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder, see?
How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. Let's see if I care. I can't because you're covering your eyes.
Don't worry, Bruno. Bruno will soon show everyone this headline is nonsense.
I will.
And then, in tomorrow's paper, the headline will be a discarded diver is a dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yes, let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she's still here. Sure, if you say so, Bruno.
Good luck there, in there, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris?
Yes, Jenny?
Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright?
Yes, the operation was a great success. But, at least it hasn't come around yet.
Eh?
I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Sasato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. I'm not sure Sholmes would really be of use to you in a fucking court of law, honestly. Ms. Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. Trial is about to begin. And please make your way to the courtroom. Where's she going then? Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris.
I'll lead the way, Bruno.
Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Wow, not 7? A new number! Can't believe it. Yes. And then 2 months ago, you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that led to this erratic behavior? Didn't you ask this last time and he said it was none of your fucking business? What do you mean your life is meaningless? Oh no, you can't play Fortnite. Well, you could always hang out with me. Bats my eyelashes. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess, I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Miss McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. As Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Wow! Okay, that's the most racist thing you've said to me. What?
Did you really just say that? I mean to you now, Bruno.
I actually managed to work that out too, thank you, Irish.
Total betrayal? What are you talking about?
A torrid look of hatred on Lord Van Zeek's face. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm glad you think that, Judge. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Selected at random, you say? It's like, I get it, they don't want to have to make new models every time, but it's so fucking hilarious to think about it. It's like, you couldn't get other people in all of London. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know, chaps like me are bored ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything with a stereoscopic will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it there. It's not possible. But could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take the bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Something wrong, Bruno?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Well, I'm glad we pointed it out.
Really? I think coincidences like that happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The juries are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Well, I'm glad we pointed it out because I was just gonna accept the fact that I didn't want to have to make new models every time. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court will call upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Winderbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered a body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? That the person who shot him was shorter. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I'm gonna fucking read that. Yes, fucking shut up, mate. I wanna fucking read the autopsy report. Cause that's... reporting party, me, cause I'm cool like that. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a posterior and anterior bullet wound in the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Time of death, 16th April, 1 a.m. 1 to 1:30 a.m. I see. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Winderbank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Was it, or are you just assuming that? Because I don't know if at this point in time we actually have a way of verifying that. Girl's guilty as hell. That's great. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh my goodness. The ellipses between before the friend, jeez, the fuck have you been? What fucking gossip circles have you been in to fucking have some fucking vendetta against me, Fancy? What's going on, mate? If you want to like sit down and have a chat, we can do that. Like outside the courtroom. Like, you don't need to bring your like whatever the fuck you're feeling into here. Aside from the sadness on your face that never seems to go away, are you depressed? Well, we live in a time where it's not really easy for you to help with that. I'm sorry, sir. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Yeah, I'm sure there fucking were witnesses at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning in a shop with a windowless fucking room. Stupid! It's so fucking stupid! After that testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Mazix. At once, my lord. Also, I'm sorry. Naruhodo, honestly, one thing that I'm still upset about, in regards to our investigation is the fucking camera system that Herlock told us all about. You didn't even think once to fucking check it. That would have been my first thing to see if anything was captured at all. Like, I'm sure, because Herlock explained it, it'll come up later in the trial, but come on! You didn't even think to check it! You didn't even think about it! You were thinking about the other things that Herlock was going on about when you were in that shop together, but not that, which would seem most important in terms of clues. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has. Wow, you're already getting serious. Okay. Let's begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April of this year. Wow. They're just the most trustworthy looking guys I have ever seen. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as you.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We're what they call
the three Skulkin brothers.
What are you looking at me for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey. That's cold.
Did you know what we're going through?
Wow. Older bruv. Lost contact with him
We have so went scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we came across you. A very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is now, she is. A very spit of him. So we decided that there and then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky skulking. And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they? These three? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. Let's see. By Jove! You mean to say, oh, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize a pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain on the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. 'Cause it's Skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blimey Luma, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that. Next, nice and quiet.
Yeah, I don't trust you on that. You know, as someone who was at the scene myself.
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. And counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes.
What's the matter, Bruno?
Sorry, I was just under the silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies that it is.
Hopefully you can do that in one fucking sitting. It'd be a fucking miracle, honestly.
Hold it!
The front door of the window bank was ajar, you said. What time of night was it? Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little happened inside. What about you, Sulky? You old monker? Leave me alone. Yeah, it definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Perhaps. But it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
You were trying... what are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself at the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, Mom dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. There's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. You're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a book what looks just like our bro. So cut it out. These chips are getting a chomping today. Oh, blimey.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yup. Just the one, Governor. I can swear on it. It was Nash, it was. Ain't that right? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself.
Yes, Mr. Winterbank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter.
Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Winterbank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded.
That's true, I remember him saying that as well. God, you're a fucking idiot, Naruto. You didn't... I'm sorry, the only evidence you took of the second bullet was here? Fucking alright then! So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can! And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful! Let's see what was what.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and their storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. No, it's fine. I was there at the time, sir. Fucking hell. Excluding the shop's main entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the store. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open the door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you turned to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah, I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways in hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen of the latter inclination, my learned Lebanese friend, it would seem, is the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Despite the fact that I went over there and, you know, witnessed a guy get shot. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bethlehem's soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. I didn't have time to pull me dukes out of me lucky lockets. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ate more than violence, peace, love, and nibblers we are, not bloodshed. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled my dukes out of my Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe... come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Ah, the bleeding man. Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. Shut the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumour he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. The suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. Signs of a single round being fired. That can't be right, that can't be right. There were at least 3 gunshots that night. I feel bad for the neighbours. Now, my learned Nipponese friend,
Yes.
here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
Persians at least who fired that gun before they left the window banks outside.
The court demands that all claims be affirmed with clear proof. The evidence shows that the witnesses unloaded a firearm on the pawnbrokers that night.
Oh, fucking dead. Seriously? Good fucking question.
Why do I have this?
Pawnbroker perishes and pick-purse plunder. How awful for Jenny, I mean.
But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right?
Yes, something like that.
If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger how? Well, pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet. Oh, can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be great. Okay, useless to me. This is a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted. But how would somebody do that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it would explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. You see, that's not really important right now. Autopsy report. I guess this would be the only thing. It's like the only other bullet I have proof of.
But that was there before Sholmes got shot anyway, so it wouldn't make any sense. I can't just present evidence that doesn't make any fucking sense. They'll laugh me out of the courtroom. They do that all the time, you know. They love doing that to me. It's upsetting me.
It's a very good model of a gun, I must say.
So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the revolver 6 with cylinders? Yes, which tells us that only a single bullet has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit early, in fact, wasn't it. It happened almost as soon as we walked through the window next door. Well, make these brothers pay. Okay, but... Really? I'm not getting too much useful information out of any of this, really. This is Mr. Winterbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winterbank always used to keep the gun his gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his case safe. But his one bullet was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Or was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the article safe? Also a very good model of a gun, I like it.
Okay, but how do I prove that it was fired on that night, though? So all we have is proof that the gun was fired at all. We don't really have proof that it was fired. Am I just meant to present the fucking bullet? Because that doesn't make any fucking sense. That is so bullshit. That would be the most bullshit thing I would have. That'd be fucking bullshit. Because, like, what other thing do I have that points to... Because this doesn't... Because it wouldn't prove that the witnesses unloaded a firearm. It would prove that there was a third gunshot that night. That's all that would fucking prove. With an unknown blood fucking sample. It's the most...
Take that!
You're a fucking idiot, Naruhodo, and I hate you so much.
The evidence is in this portfolio, but no, it fucking isn't, you fucking idiot.
You know what? We can't fucking prove. We can't fucking prove with evidence that fucking firearm was fired. Then what we can prove it with a witness statement. If fucking Sherlock would. We can fuck, like, this is the most bullshit thing I've ever had to do.
What on earth do you have there, Counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analysed all the blood samples we found and reported the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. I'm not... This isn't the fucking evidence that you're trying to make it out to be, Naruhodo, and I don't understand why you're doing this.
Take that!
What does that explain? It's a photographic print taken in Winterbank's pawnbroker in the day of the incident. From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged in there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Winterbank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar has been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it's not irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Well, if you say so. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zieks? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution is no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Eh? Easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Let that bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Lebanese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? As has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found is its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Winterbank at all.
This is why I'm upset with this fucking game. Like, yes, there are stupid things in every Ace Attorney game where I just don't. Where it's like that logic was so fucking obvious, but Mr. Attorney it doesn't see it for whatever fucking reason. This you should have seen fucking coming.
That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder. What a catalogue, eh, fellas?
I'm in for it now, bro.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Erlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appeared to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentric? Says who?
Me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like the one in the victim's shop.
Oh my fucking god! This is what I was talking about! Naruhodo, you knew about this and you didn't even bother checking it! Fucking idiot! It's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Castle? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment,
Which is why you should have fucking checked it! You should have looked at it yourself, Naruhodo! And you didn't, not once, even mention it!
the idea being that if the thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Okay. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. A rather prodigal, I feel. Prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. You say these cameras produce a print every half an hour. I'm afraid I'm going to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted their activities at one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can pray that the would-be criminals linger, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently on the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of fair and dark, hey, Rob? Lady Luck loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? It must have been just after 1, right, Rob? Must have been Nash, must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Okay. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Okay. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to the storeroom. Quite. One can too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take the photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it, Jenny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed Mr. Wyndham. I must say, my lord, wonder if I might put a word in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bally bullet to the knee in the Battle of May 1, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? I carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together and mark my words, one for all and all for one. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir.
What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status support for the courtmen on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. Very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her legal narrative. Announce your considered verdicts.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in their leaning already. Photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Yes, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. It's like your only tactic right now. Court grants permission.
So you refuse to admit a defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all the members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good.
Oh dear, ice cream, you're my happiness right now.
I should have eaten it all.
Oh dear, ice cream. I love it. It's like a mix of sorbet and ice cream. It's a lime sorbet with vanilla ice cream. It's really fucking good.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at the young pickpocket teenager. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I had left it there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. My motherland. We say it never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstances of those crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. A storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen the action in Battlefield with the young girls on the verge of pulling that bally trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh dear. Well, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to the situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
Stop reading my mind, Ginny. It's weird. Not you. Not Ginny. Iris. Can speak everyone? Just everyone stop reading my mind. You have the full counsel proceed with the summation examination. All the evidence clearly points figuring out the finger of guilt at the young pickpocket. Eyesores properly rigorously. Okay. Well, you're the only person right now who's like, you're like the most irrelevant, so
Hold it!
give me more work, okay? What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir?
You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people who conduct surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. No. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday, same thing. Went in through the abdomen. When I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anymore. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself. Don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course not. So, you have it, like I said, a little embarrassing, really. It's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything's back as it should be. Well, as sure as I can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see, again. The maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pig pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the Grand Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Brandt's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. A minor detail, it was the two brothers on the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Ooh! How did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. But it never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? Oh, what do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication from far eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mails steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electronic signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed. I had hurt just thinking about it. We are well informed, You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when are we starting to catch up? Radio transmissions is future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Alright. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it, I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Journal number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously hearing that. What? Do you perhaps have something to say about journal number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. How on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Bruno? Any prints that we could look through with the stereoscope? Well, I'm guessing we do. Because, you know, we only have... That's the only real photograph we have. Let's just not sure. We have this photograph too. Not sure that's really going to be helpful to us. I'm guessing it's going to be this, though. How about this print here? I think it should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, journal number 3. Are you saying you can do it with these 2 suitable... with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh, okay. So I need 2. I don't have 2, do I? I think what it would be then is this one and the other one then? This one and this one? That's all I can think, really. Because those are the only 2 that I have that are close, I think. Ooh. Oh. Okay. And I do also have those other 2, which I suppose could work. Yes.
Ugh.
My mother needs money. That's what she came to ask me about. Ugh. Let me just get the fucking 30 bucks and then we can do this. I don't think I have the thing I need for this right now. Because I can't think of anything else, right? Oh wow, I was actually doing really well with my spending. Aren't I cool? Aren't I so cool? I thought I was spending like so much money this pay. Turns out I was spending exactly as much as I wanted to be spending. I'm so cool. I'm so good at money, guys. I save money all the time. I'm like amazing at it, really. Okay. Alright, anyway, back to the game. Because I'm sure that what we want to do is we'll want to compare this with another photo of the scene, but I only have the one of that scene, so at the moment I'm just gonna present.
Take that!
Get a fucking. Oh dear, you don't have these in the Far East? Don't you know how stereoscope works? No. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Yes, I know, Iris, I know. Yes, I know. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? Three scenes, 3 dimensions. You think they're innocent. You think they're absolutely fucking guilty.
Objection!
Oh, good lord. Counsel, explain yourself? Oh my statement contradictory. Verdict. C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene of the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court that you didn't hear? Abdomen. Sir? Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. I did not hear. Ugh, here is word abdomen, a part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, I'm not a native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be in the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we've never done nothing. But truth is, they shot detective. Duh. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when the lie is said by a person who looks like a criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never did nothing, maybe it was a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police's report, no stolen goods were found, so enough. I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with his own eyes. I must investigate a crime scene myself. I'm afraid...
Yes, it is, Bruno, easily.
Sorry?
With the prints from Hurley's red-handed reporter.
Ah,
If we compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if something was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor.
calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Yes, I know, I want the other one though. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers left.
So, this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken.
Does seem to be a case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second part. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot a man, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good. But you were right. I do not understand the situation. And now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue this trial. Oh, you're very reasonable, sir. Thank you.
Yay! Well done, Bruno. The bounce is shifting.
Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation in our favour still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand the new photograph print to the bailiff to be found as evidence. And the print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. like relies on many dead fish. Nice. I like that saying. That's a good saying. Okay. Well, I can definitely see that the lamp is broken. Anywho, back to you. Press U. Go through the whole thing again. Yes, hi, blah 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 blah. Things about communication.
Excuse me.
Yes, yes, yes. Please do go on. I have the things that we need. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this. But, you know. Whatever. Go on, please. Go on, please. I don't like sitting in silence and then having nothing to talk about while we skip through dialogue we've already read.
Take that!
You can do this with any two suitable photographic points. Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. Be delighted to.
Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera in Winterbanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer, do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson on yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in position of the same objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it was depth. Yes, exactly! It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if we use two photographs that are exactly the same then? Oh no, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at the two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them? They are slightly shifted. Of course there are two people in the first one and no people in the second. Well, of course you can see that straight away, but try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make 2 pictures overlap each other. Well, crossing my eyes hurts and I don't want to do it. See if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? Well, no, because I can't actually do it. Every time we talk about it, I try and I can't actually look at things when I've got my eyes crossed, so I can't actually do what you're trying to get me to do.
I'm gonna say that I saw it though. I'm sure I'll be able to figure it out.
What's going on with these 2 pictures? some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. Yes, that's it, you see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscope. Other amazing power. Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. The basic principles of stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using the stereoscope, it won't work at all. But it's the slight shift in position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects in the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there has been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp on this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. And why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on with your cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. No, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Suckers. Someone tampered. New information. Stop. Not mentioned in the testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go through in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in these summation examinations now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Fuck. Wow, 20 seconds. You're the older one? Jeez, okay.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently on the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. Well, they said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My Facebook says dukes is meaning hands, Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Hold on a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurser. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why, exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing the gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Mrs. Stra's interests may lie within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing: the Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpocket, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pickpocket. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. You will see now. I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agreed. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem this trial is yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclination by the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favour. To lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Yay! Well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Bruno. You never know when it might come in useful.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely. Alright. What about this? You will instruct the witnesses about that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Well done, Naruhodo. I'll myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night past. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina was innocent. Wow, first part of the 4-part trial done. Oh well. Jesus. Okay, well, hopefully we can fucking finish this. I would like very much to finish this today. That would make me happy. How long did that take? Only fucking 2 hours. Jeez, 2-hour part? That all? Jeez. That means 2, 4, 6, 8. That does mean an 8-hour trial, so I guess it's not too bad. Almost one of these parts was like really short. Order, please. Let's resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Oh, blimey. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in the trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered the Winterbanks. Well, it was bedlam soon, as wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull Duke's out of my Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers... God, Amy. On the night in question, you rifle through the items on the victim's counter. I never done nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances to ever seeing the light of day again. I thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll page. Alright, we did knock a few things over. But we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. It didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight into him in black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit the defense's accusation? You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbank's countertop the night in question? Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's like we tidied up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't even make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winterbanks that night. There's more to their testimonies than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. Alright, we'll press everything.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. I said, Ringo, me old China, we'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourself in even more trouble. Oh, well, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. But like, tatted the place up. You don't look as angry as you think you do, so... sorry. Gunshot.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is... the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those stuff off the counter? Well, it shocked us out of... It shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud alright, blimey. Me dead granny could have woken up that bang. Big Bravier screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books and a candlestick and some skull whatnot. They got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame and what knocked them scales on the floor. He really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Me granny could have been scared back into her grave at the clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise, and then some.
That right?
I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to what Mrs. Sculpin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't have even bothered to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statements they gave us told a significantly different story to what they're saying now. Did he? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot? Might have, Gov. I might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellas. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. I'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice calling out and give me that gun.
Hold it!
So in fact you heard the voice of the gunshot, the voice in the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling up. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Kind of thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could! From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom. Where the victim was found dead. And the voices you heard. It was out of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice? So that would mean what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. No. Oh, we didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy claws giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. Oh, my granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, You then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget, we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Yes, my dear mother.
I did give you back the gun. They say no back pass. It assumes. Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah.
The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Was he now?
Hold it!
You're saying Mr. Winterbank had a gun this hand? Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. Before an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Winterbank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course.
I couldn't believe extraordinary devotion
Indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, it certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. I mean, the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. I bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard a gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes, Korean acting very tragically missed. I heard him hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done slapdash, job tied into place. Bluesky who owned the place was holding a gun. Yelling. I should have fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
That's not what I meant to press.
because, like, if he was holding a gun, that means that you're implying that there were 3 guns at the scene instead of the 2, which accounts for that bullet in the calendar. But then the question is, where has that gun gone?
Objection!
Okay, but it's still an interesting thing to say, because it has to mean something at the very least. The real question is, what does it mean? What does it mean?
It has to be something that I have to present to that. Of course it has to be. Like, if it's not the gun...
So, what else? Well, you're also implying that they were holding guns directly at each other.
Hold it!
No, fucking keep forgetting not to press fucking Q. Oh my god. Anyway, you're saying that they were pointing guns at each other and yelling, which A means there's a 3rd gun. B Means that he wouldn't have gotten shot. See, yeah, this. He would have been shot in the front rather than being shot in the back. But he was shot in the back.
Objection!
So, you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture.
He has, Nash, he has, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained directly from the internet clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Eh? You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hands. Yeah, that Maltula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Say exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colourfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just entered. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's not let us see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates the inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I would say it is in the fucking photograph that I just presented you to stop them in their fucking tracks.
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claimed to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. So that's right. Yes, that's right. Now, if the testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, if I could ask the court to study the photograph of the victim's body again, you can clearly see that Mr. Winterbank was in fact shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mrs. Sculpin. But it's God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the storekeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun? Something like that must have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission of these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, we weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witnesses would be death to you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If
If we blab now, you know what'll do to us.
Eh? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Oh, come on, the game's up. But you'll have our guts for gutter. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well. Do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mark. Give me that gun, eBay load, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For a geezer, the bloke was as strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. He pulled me gun on. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. So you're now telling us that the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. Sorry? Well, we find ourselves in an interesting junction. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel, for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it! The moment I've been waiting for. Dude, we're like barely halfway through the trial. I give it like a couple more hours.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and the proprietor's shop, Mr. Winterbank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. Oh, we was keeping an close eye on the entrance of the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbroker room. Yes, dear brother.
Why is it whenever you're about the fucking game rooms,
Yeah.
it's never like it's always about Aaron Hansen, and it's always like Aaron Hansen killed my grandma.
Yeah, that sounds about right. The entire Game Grumps subreddit at some point turned into nothing but hate. Just hate. Like,
And it's never about fucking death. It's just
Is it from
it's just Aaron he steal candy from baby, he litters, Aaron Hansen fucked my wife.
Damn, fucked your wife.
He told me specifically to kill myself.
What?
He would. Did you watch the latest video? He said, "You specific viewer, kill yourself."
I think it's partly because of, you know, he's got his whole history of being ego-wrapped and shit. So that's part of it, definitely. And, you know, Dan doesn't really do anything else other than music and posting about dinosaurs. So there's not a lot to say on that. No, I hated them for fucking years. Off topic though.
I'm assuming you saw a post about this, so you came to tell me about it. Well, I'm just gonna back out of my room slowly now, are you? Things to do, it's a Sunday. You gonna buy cheese? Can I need cheese? I don't wanna go buy cheese. Anyway, now that that tension's over. Ugh, that's the kind of shit my brother comes into my room to talk about randomly. That, or he comes in my room, shows me a thing he saw on Twitter, and then leaves again. The back room of the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yes, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Losing your mind in Terraria, here and lose my mind in here. Yeah. At least I've got Gant here. Hi, Gant. Hi, Gant. Look at him. Look, it's his cutest sprite in the entire game. He's adorable. Oh, he's such an old man. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. Well, that doesn't make sense, does it? Also, what I was frustrated with Luna about? Yeah, fucking Naruhodo. If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into this storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What? That $1? Oh, couldn't tell ya. No way, Carver. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Oh, well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, roommate. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at my front space. So, what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden he came back arse, he did. It was Bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Rash said, we thought we'd add it, I mean. But on Giza, the book was stronger than Ox. Nope. Get back, please.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull and whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked over a scale on the floor? So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock over those things off the counter. Well, Big Brovia went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did it, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me with like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised by the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Or Mr. Winterbank.
He didn't. He did everything he could to protect the shop.
Pulled the gun on him and like this the door to the
Hold it!
door. Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget, by a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then he ran through the door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran into the storeroom. What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him in the car.
Huh. Yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again?
We have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
Out of all the characters in this game, you must like Iris so far, right? Yeah. I think, like, Iris is at least interesting. Like, she actually has something to her. Like, I don't like her enough to put her on the same tier as, like, any of the characters that I would, like, buy a keychain of. But I can definitely, like, I see her fans, I understand her fans, and, like, you know, this kind of character who's, like, got, like, peculiarities, this is what I came to Ace Attorney for. I think consistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Well, the point is, me and me brother. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me brother. Never had nothing to do with killing him.
Hold it!
If I like peculiarities, you should love Sholmes. He's a weird loser. Like, I am slowly appreciating him more because he is the most interesting character in this entire fucking cast of just nothing characters. So I appreciate him existing. He does irk me sometimes though. He's a little annoying. But you know, I like wouldn't be upset. Like if someone gave me a Sholmes keychain, I wouldn't be upset. But I don't think I would like go out and buy one myself, you know? Like if I had a choice, he would be far from my first pick. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. Can I give you a keychain of the creepy guy in the clinic? I think I would officially ban you from my chat then. I think that would be the fair punishment for that. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom was the pawnbroker, and there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Council? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? Do I have evidence that someone could have done it, though, is the real question. Because, like... Who could have... I suppose, while saying there could have been, we would be implicating the two guys on the stand, right? Because they're also shorter than the guy, so they work out. I blocked this first trial out of my mind because I didn't like the rubber dumbasses. You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. At least they've got some personality on them. I appreciate a man with personality in these games. I guess I could have done. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of the trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Winterbank, and it is the brief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let me return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So, pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect to the two conundrums. Two, my lord? This has many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answer to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. Well, there is no blood anywhere else. In the shop. So the victim has to have been in here, right? So he could have been shot anywhere in here and outward. So it doesn't necessarily have to be within.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assume the culprit fired from the location indicated. Where was the victim at the time?
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound to the back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he most certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So, you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through the door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran through the door, we have to assume that the door was open. Ah. It was at precisely that moment, when the victim was fleeing for his life, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of the Scotland Yard coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body at a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it could have still been entered the body at an upward trajectory.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Wood.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot and as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel, present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from the outside storeroom, in which case, who shut and locked the door?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only person outside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Jean.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes. That's a tricky one, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course, Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it?
It does.
Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door. And as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they?
Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Winterbank must have heard the intruders breaking into the shop and left the storeroom.
Hi, Moopie.
Intruders, eh? That's rough.
Hi, Moopie.
You angrier now? Wow, Moopie. Can't believe you're angry. Oh, Moopie. Big hugs for Moopie. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back into the storeroom, having a door hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor where he was just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? See where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbeck. So, as soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. It is still the same, unfortunately, Moopie. Still my least favourite in the entirety of the Ace Attorney franchise. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't, I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one.
Objection!
That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because before my own eyes you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbeck's murder. Where does that leave us? You mean to say that the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker isn't the one who shot the pawnbroker after all? Because those three brothers look shady. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they're gonna give a verdict of... Yeah, no, we're halfway through the trial, Iris. It's okay, you've never experienced it, so you don't know. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van-Six? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. Can you just please get more animation in your face? I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in the provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. I'll go to John Ace Attorney himself and tell him to fix the game.
Aw, Moopie, come on. I can't possibly do that. I don't want to take away,
Because there's so many people who love these games, so I wouldn't dare take away from their experience of it. It's just not for me. What? The hypothesis you just put forward so ostentatiously, credibly, cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of the logic's failing? I say, Lord Van-Six, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick to whatever it is, or whatever it is, the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw, as my learned friend's argument, is really very simple indeed. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. George, count bullets. Oh dear. You notice then. What's everyone talking about? A council. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. 2? 2 bullets. Will the one inside Herlock not fucking count as a third bullet? The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, because the police were there. The police saw Herlock with a bullet inside his fucking abdomen. Would that not fucking count? And the second, that which struck the defective. What about the one in the fucking... Okay then, what about the one on the fucking wall? What about the one on the wall? The one on the fucking wall! The one on the wall!
Maybe you're too dim-witted to count fucking bullets. All of you. There are 3 bullets. There were 3 bullets.
Because no, that picture was damaged before Arlok was shot. I remember seeing it. I remember fucking seeing it. I remember seeing it. It was the first thing I noticed when we entered the pawn shop at that time. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't supposed to have noticed that. But that feels wrong to me. That feels wrong to me. But what do I fucking know? What do I fucking know?
That can't fucking be the bullet that was shot at Sholmes. Because it's too high up. Sholmes isn't that tall. And if anything, that calendar is set to be at eye level. So that can't possibly have been fucking Sholmes's. Like, and if you look at this fucking splatter of the blood on it, see, if you look at the blood splatter on it, that has to be of someone who was like standing right fucking next to it. And Sholmes was collapsed in the middle of the fucking room, meaning that he wasn't fucking standing there. Also, didn't we talk about how the bullet was inside him? I think didn't we? Am I making that up? I thought that's what was happening. Which was anyway, I stand by the fact that there were 3 fucking bullets. I stand by there being 3 fucking bullets, and I refuse to believe that that is the bullet that was shot at Mr. Sholmes. Because it can't possibly be, because I distinctly remember seeing the calendar in this state the second that we walked into this fucking shop. That is the first thing that I noticed when we walked in here. So I think all of you are fucking wrong. Your lordship's understanding is correct. I think it's not. Furthermore, we know that there were 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Winterbank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed, it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Arlok Sholmes right before your eyes, which you earlier refused to admit because there was no concrete evidence that that had ever happened. Forensics, you are so fucking lucky that you're pretty, because otherwise I would fucking say some goddamn things about you. Yes, I did. My goodness, I think you'll find that if a single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it meant Winterbank not shot by the same gun, only 1 bullet. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostentiously credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. I don't know why you've, like, started just hating me for absolutely no reason. I'm sorry, you're going below Sad Marty. Right now, I don't like you. I just don't like you. I just don't like you. You're pretty, and I will admire the fan art of you. Don't fucking like you right now.
don't like it right now. Do you know what? At this point, I don't even want to know why you hate me. I just don't like you right now. And so, you can go in the bottom tier with Sad Marty. You can sit there and you can enjoy yourself. You just... It was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. I don't appreciate you calling me a... I don't appreciate what the fuck you're talking saying about me, dude. You are just completely slandering me for absolutely no reason. No! No! Don't do that! Don't fucking do that! Do not do that in front of me right now! I'm upset with you, and you cannot gain my favor back by doing my favorite thing that you do. Fuck you. Just fuck you. Just fuck you. Well, I don't even know what you said. What the fuck did you say? Yeah, fucking whatever. Fucking whatever. Hit someone in the head. Kill them with a wine bottle, why don't you? And then we'll just have to fucking see. Can't be pretty well I'm upset with you? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's basically what I'm saying. Lord Van Zeeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She is a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loose intent. As we can see beyond a doubt in the print which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. I'm sorry? I'm sorry, hang on. No. I don't need a flashback. Do go on. Tell me how this relates. Tell me how this fucking relates. The music desk, Mr. Gilda's music box desk. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Woodang, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with one of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. How the fuck would you know? What fucking testimony are you taking on that? How would you have any fucking clue? You and Sad Marty can just sit together. I will admit, you are both designed beautifully. You both have gorgeous outfits. Fuck the both of you. Just fuck the both of you. But honestly, right now, Van Zeeks, I would rather be hanging out with Sad Marty than you. Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc to enter evidence as counsel, as a grim testament to the... Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson. What? Yes, Inspector. Oh, we had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service. I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? Well, that's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right on top of the government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting the disc as evidence, my lord. Evidence of character? Do we fucking need evidence of character? This is all conjecture as far as the court is aware. Because are you going to give us a witness to testify on account of the defendant's character? Character evidence? What the fuck? Like, okay, I get it. I understand why we are presenting this. Because, based on what we're talking about, this is going to end up as a big expose on the goings-on of Mr. McGillard, right? That's why this is here right now. But the guise under which you are presenting this evidence? Fucking... what? The prosecution has established the accused's motives, opportunity, and baseness of character. I don't think you really have. It's a lot of conjecture. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision and rest my case. Oh my god, he even does that thing where you cross your legs as you're bowing. Pretentious fuck. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once and for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes right now. My lord, I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. I know what you're going to say. Been stumbling about a bit of a fog up until now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden... the answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. I'm being harsh on Van Zeeks, even though he's a cutie. Honestly, he's not. He's got the beginnings of being able to be handsome. He's got the clothes, and like I like his mannerisms and stuff. He loses it for me in the face. And I'm getting angry at him because of his personality at the moment. So he's not a cutie at all. He hasn't done a single thing that's been cute. So you know what? He's on that... I think I put him with Hawks. In the pretty... if you wanted to kiss me, maybe. But, like... generally, I'd probably just kick him in the stomach. Yeah, I won't know anything about him till the next game, and that's the thing that pisses me the fuck off! I don't want to wait until the next game to learn about him. I want to be given a reason to give a shit about this guy, so I actually have interest in playing the next game. Because if it was me, right, if I was playing this game before the second one came out, I would be playing through this, and I would just not play the second game because I wouldn't give a shit. I would be like, well, okay, that's the experience I experienced. I would assume that the second game would be pretty similar, and so I wouldn't give a shit enough to continue. Yeah, everyone, you all keep saying that the second game is better, but fucking Jesus. Fuck! Fuck! It's just terrible because people be like, oh my god, I'm so happy you're playing Chronicles. I love Chronicles. It like changed my life. It's like the best thing in all of Ace Attorney. I can never go back to any other Ace Attorney because of it. And I'm just sitting here like, what did you see in the first game that made you eager to play the second game, that made you feel those feelings? This is the last case. We are halfway through this first case. This last case. It should not take me a whole like 40-hour game before I fucking get to anything. This is what I mean by this would work better as a TV show. This is what I mean. I could get invested in a TV show because I wouldn't have wasted 40 fucking hours. And people be like, it's so good because it's like a direct sequel and directly builds upon it. And I like direct sequels, okay? I really love direct sequels. I really, really love direct sequels. But, like, this is not it. No. This is not, you need to give me something in this to make me intrigued for what's going to happen next. But because you haven't given me a reason to give a shit about any of these characters, I don't care. Exactly. It's all just the setup for the second game, which would work in a TV show. It works in a TV show, not a 40-hour game. I'm so bored. Like the first game needs to be satisfying for me to want to pick up the second game to see the continuation. But because this hasn't been satisfying and I have no reason to give a shit about any of these characters, I just don't care. But I'm going to do it anyway because I promised. And if the second fucking game is anything like this, I'm gonna not like it. Part of my problem is it takes itself too seriously. It's taking itself too seriously and not allowing me to have any fucking fun with the game. Like we got our first look at fun at the beginning of the investigation of this case. This case shouldn't have taken that long for me to feel anything remotely like what I come to expect from the series. Not with the whole blood thing. I mean the whole beginning of the investigation. Because that kind of meandering, I expect that. And it's not that it's like the worst game I've ever played. It's completely fine. But in telling me, a fan of the other Ace Attorney games, that this is the peak of the series, I think we came to the series for completely different reasons. Because, like, I came to this franchise and I started being involved in it because it's like is like a fun murder mystery, right? It's a fun murder mystery with fun and interesting characters. Yeah, and I came for the gay. And I'm not getting the gay that I'm not getting the gay that I want. I came here because I was a Danganronpa fan, and I was told it's like Danganronpa but better. And the reason that I like Danganronpa is because it has interesting characters and a story that doesn't take it that can be serious but doesn't take itself too seriously. Who the fuck said the game was like Danganronpa? A lot of fans. There are a lot. Actually, there are so people compare Ace Attorney and Danganronpa so much because they're both they're like on like a scale of like the of like the yeah, the Danganronpa to Ace Attorney pipeline. Yeah, it 100% exists. Like people who like Ace Attorney and have played Danganronpa are like Ace Attorney is like Danganronpa but better because it's like a text-based murder mystery that that has eccentric characters and doesn't take itself super seriously. I guess Danganronpa is more brutal. Yeah, but like again, people also point to the fact that Ace Attorney is better written than Danganronpa, which I can't say on because despite me being a writer, I don't pay attention to those sorts of things. And I kind of logic my way through it in my own thing. Yeah, the only thing I have in common is being a murder mystery game, but you know, people there's like the scale of like it's like Danganronpa, Ace Attorney, the Layton games, Your Turn to Die. Those are like that's why that's like the things that most people in who talk about those things do it all. Anyway, the reason that I started getting interested in Ace Attorney is because I was a Danganronpa fan, and people who liked Danganronpa and liked Ace Attorney told me that I would like Ace Attorney because I liked Danganronpa. And they were right. I did like Ace Attorney. I like Ace Attorney a lot. We don't need to talk about how much merchandise I have of this. We don't need to talk about how much money I am willing to spend on this fucking franchise. This game it's not that it's a bad game. It's a good game with with a good story and good mechanics. But if I am to compare it to my favorite moments of the original Ace Attorney, the like mainline Ace Attorney games, this does not compare at all. It is fundamentally different. It is more serious in tone. It is far more slow burn. And the characters are a lot more grounded. Which isn't bad, but it is not what I come to Ace Attorney for, so therefore I can't agree that it is the peak of the franchise. Because to me, the peak of the franchise is when it's doing its most Ace Attorney bullshit. This is not doing its Ace Attorney bullshit. Where, like we had like fucking one breakdown. Like one breakdown. It wasn't even that good. It was like the lamest breakdown I have ever seen. Exactly! Where's the whimsy? Where's my whimsy gone? Oh, I missed Phoenix Wright complaining every 5 minutes because he doesn't have hobbies and everyone else does. I miss the prosecutor being a smug little bitch who forgets things and that their own witness is sad. I miss having detectives that are actually like fun and not fucking Inspector Gregson, who isn't fun at all and is just a good detective. Where's my fun detectives? I liked Gumshoe. I miss you, Gumshoe. It's not. I wouldn't say that the characters are too human for me. I would say that they're just. They don't have interesting characteristics. Yeah, they're boring. Like, they're not giving me any meat to work with here. And like the one like the one thing they tried giving Susato, she barely fucking did it at all. So it was barely a part of her personality. It's just kind of the thing that showed up every once in a while. Like they could have made her knowing martial arts more of a thing, a part of her more of a thing in her personality. But she was just like generic female character, which can be fine, but like compared to all the other assistants, she's not as interesting or fun to hang out with. I don't have fun hanging out with her. I'm just like, yeah, Susato. There you go. You said that. Yeah. Yeah, I know you did tell me about Susato being the embodiment of a typical woman of the time, but like, but that's a problem. That's a problem. That is a problem because it makes her an uninteresting character. And like, I don't mind a female character being prim and proper. I don't mind that at all. But like, she just she like I can't have both of my main characters be serious. I need one of them to have a personality trait for me to get attached to, and neither of them do. Like, Naruhodo is very generic protagonist, which isn't necessarily bad, but he is not counterbalanced by more interesting people. Every hour that I spend playing this game is a step closer to playing investigations. That's all I need. That's all I need. That's all I need to think about. Exactly. Exactly, Moo Pie. You understand what I'm going through? Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings of the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, Susato does have more knowledge, and I like that about her, right? I like that Susato is a woman with all this knowledge, and I don't dislike Susato. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that she doesn't create interesting situations between, and which is kind of a problem when I'm spending most of my time with her. Her character can definitely work, she just needs to be put in a situation that allows for me to be interested. But because I'm not, and like, this isn't like just a problem with Asatana, or at least it's not just a problem with this game, it's a problem that I experience with a lot of things, which is why I tend to get more invested in characters who aren't the main character, right? It's kind of uncommon for me to have my favorite character be the main character in a series where there's so many people. But like with Ace Attorney, like I liked them a lot. I wanted to be a guy who liked everyone. I really did. It's just like so far. If I have to rank like each individual thing, like the prosecutors individually, the defense lawyers individually, the detectives individually, like all those sorts of things, if I had to rank them individually right now, all of the Chronicle ones are at or close to the bottom. Like they just comparatively, there is nothing for me to get attached to. We have a consensus amongst the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley.
Hi, Jamoon.
How dare he use it against us?
Sorry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. It must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. That's about beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors all ready? Our dead squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. A different breed of us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that big of it. I never imagined that such a simple operation caused such grief. The accused attempted theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There was nothing I did not know about guns. It would seem there is still little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well have been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Ugh, the whole courtroom is turning against me.
It's not fair.
Iris? That prosecutor's being mean.
It's just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer.
Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate in the matter. Can I take that bottle and just smash it over your head? I hear that it hurts. There's a truth coming out. Eventually. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. At the very least, I enjoy this mechanic. Yes, my lord. It's a rogue, always a rogue. Only 2 bullets were found at the scene. I say the whole case is done and dusted. Blah, blah, whatever you have to say. I'm interested in hearing what you...
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tour, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. I have lived through many. How do you say them? Extreme, violent stuff of blood of.
Extreme violent bloodbath, perhaps.
Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult. Consider the sort of people you associate with. I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have a question about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. Very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
Still, we should bear that in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Van Ziek has managed to convince everyone.
You have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're going to fight back, we need the material, and we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. What else were you going to do?
Hold it!
Oh, would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defendant's life is in the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it is nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Lick? No. Lock? No. Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that airlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see. The phone was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the fun thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fella back up. Hate to state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct. This is clearly shown in the photographic print. The bullet that the Sculpin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging on the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensional. Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did! And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign of the bullet had left his body at all. What?
See? I was right!
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now, how many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? So this is as much of a mystery as how the injury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Well then. You two. Do you have any idea? All I do is picture a ballistics expert. Kissing P-I-P-P. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulking brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop when Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. My name is Whelan. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation on Motherland. It was night and there was blizzard. I was running away along the mountain road in freezing cold. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. We pursuer had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and fell over in snow. This situation is very similar to what I hear about here today from the doctor. They could not find a bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound? Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. Does the guy seem familiar? Of fucking course he does! Fucking all of these guys except for one of them. And fucking Major Hoddle pointed it out earlier. I was going to quietly accept that they just didn't want to have to reuse, that they didn't want to have to make new models every time they were doing a jury. And that might be part of it. But it's important apparently. It's fucking important. I don't remember his fucking name, but I know who you are. Last piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that will looks like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is a solution to the spray of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all. That shooting happened at the pawnbroker shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Who knows? Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to a report in the stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived in the hospital as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zix. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during the summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside of the courtroom. Sorry. As I understand it, when the police arrived at the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Erlock Sholmes' pouch. Let's see. Yes, he could have stayed silent, but we know he didn't want to. It's become horribly obvious that yes, he would like a guilty verdict, but he is not against helping the defense. Doesn't make me fucking like him though. I would go back to Godot in a fucking heartbeat. I would go back to Godot in a fucking heartbeat, bitch. Over you. And he's a bitch ass, lame ass hater. He's just a bitch ass hater. And I like him more. He was fun, at least. Where's your fun and whimsy, Van Zeeks? So, this is the pouch worn by Mrs. Sholmes on the night of the question, is it? Look at it! One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded? Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Sculpin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim. It was deflected into a wall of chalk. Alright, Fantasix. Yeah, whatever, you get drunk, I don't give a shit. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ugh. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Oh, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time? After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Suk. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Okay. Jeez. Oh, look, there's a hole in the back. Doesn't look like a bullet hole, but clearly someone's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced in it somehow and left a big hole. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? This file was smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the file, there would have been a really big explosion. A big explosion? Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for investigation work it does. But they're also quite tricky to handle, safely, at least. And they're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that the file broke in the chemical inside would have been ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right side of the options in the future. Left is the danger zone. It's really scorched black. Oh! The strap is broken, look. It must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Iris, look! Kind of where the broken file was, do you see it? That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet. I was right this whole fucking time! I was fucking right, because the bullet wouldn't have hit the fucking thing! And I was right the whole time! Fucking stupid! I'm smart. You're all stupid and I'm the smart one here. Every one of you is stupid as fuck. What means is there were 3 bullets fired in the windowbanks that night. You should have figured this out, Iris. You should have figured this out. I shouldn't have been the one to figure that out. You should have done that. Yeah. We found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Time to press that juror again, I think.
Hold it!
And then I ask you to reconsider your leanings. Oh no, there's another matter entirely. Sorry. All I can think about for the moment is this wonderful sense of relief that the mystery's been solved. I need some time to let this again before I possibly consider anything else. Alright, I thought surgeons had to be able to think quickly. Perhaps we should leave them alone for a while we save business in peace. And focus on some other parts of the drawers. Well, fuck you! I don't want to! I want to charge headfirst into what I already know. Jeez. Accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can say I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
Oh, what do you mean you're in for a busy day? I forgot to say. Do excuse me. I am a communications officer. A communication officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Worldwide communication. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? They specialise in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder? Is that what you're saying? Ah, well... Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's armed forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, that might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget that the girl has already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly! Tried to swipe that the day earlier, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the discs, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find or from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Gilded disc. Should we have a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that. Then it's time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly? In a flash! She was shot! Lovely bright shade again. Wait, that colour. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that colour, is it? She was shot. She was fucking shot. Poor McDonald. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. It's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself.
Hold it!
The number of bullets that... It's the number of bullets that's condensed. Only 2 bullets were fired. The guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlour maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes. Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the lunch. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose if there was another bullet somewhere of which we are unaware... I'd have to reconsider my position. Bullets at the scene. It's possible. I can prove it. Allow me to show you then the third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Winbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. What is this new trickery, you Nepalese chronicler? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mrs. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mrs. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet found by Mrs. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. The guns from the scene have already been submitted in the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winderbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. And examining both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until the incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. It is my prerogative in this situation. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to the proceeding while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense of the tedious preamble. Simply answer one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? I don't have nothing. Is it one of yours? Blimey, God, blimey. God, not a chance. In that case, do you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? That's our head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm, from whence it came. Thinking over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to see it's a form of picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that the 3rd bullet tells us that the Skulkin brothers
had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, or it's nothing to do with them. Good question. Because I would readily believe any of that. Ah, fuck. Well... guess that's the answer we're going with, until I'm proven wrong. Well, the night in Winterbrank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Yeah. An accomplice, you say? Pigsville.
These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, yet in all that time there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, the fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this superfluous character. Scotland's lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're holding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is... Gosh, I never know. I never know which one they want me to pick. What can I possibly prove? What can I possibly prove? I don't know why I still have this. This is unknown. That's your blood. It's also unknown. This one was short, and it's one of his blood vessels. And given how tall up it is, I suppose it wouldn't be Gina. So it would be that guy, right? Because he was complaining that Gina had drawn blood. So I would assume it was his blood, right? I would assume it was Gina's blood, but I guess not. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my nebulous friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make any difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, the portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself and be more specific? You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which is it?
Take that!
This is the blood sample that proves it. Damn. You perplex me, Council, by looking so pleased with yourself despite quite displeasing monster. You would do well to take your relevant specimens of blood and go back to whence you came. Fires. Surely you see my logic in presenting this, though, don't you? Bitches. Fuck you, Iris. You can get out of my fucking court.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a blood stain, my lord. A blood stain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. As the court to understand, the intruder was some unhuman creature. It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes. By the great detective? Fiction, not yet appeared in stories.
It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though.
This fogger spray is a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood?
Yes! Everyone's blood is slightly different, you see. Because it's made up of different elements.
So, by seeing what color it changes to, we can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, well, that brings a whole different dimension to looking at blood. Blood in courtroom, very exciting. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim as the Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain in the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shot. Now, hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date in which the Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Weirdo.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Council? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yeah, whatever. Yes. I don't give a shit about this guy. With his yet another blue-eyed stare. How many blue-eyed characters do we have? In fact, so many of you are fucking blonde too. Like... Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of
from one of his red-handed recorders, Gubinis. Yes, that's him talking with Mr. Windermere that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sculpin. Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov. On me life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nibonese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then, show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I have a feeling that something has been missing from this trial from the start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Sure. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in the photographic print was in fact the person struck by a certain bullet. Do you want me to present the portfolio again, or do you want me to present the music disc? I'm sure it won't matter, would it? Because they're both the same fucking thing.
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbanks, which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared at the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession. No? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this of a minor incident occurred. Yeah. He took the disc. Then she tried to grab the disc from him. The lying liar. The only reason I assumed it was her blood and not his blood at the start was because he's wearing fucking gloves. Yeah, they had a scuffle. He drew blood, got it on the disc, called her a tramp. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resultant smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analysed a bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. And we added the results to the portfolio. I'd say it's green. Oh, it's exactly the same colour as the blood on the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Winterbanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime at the same night. So there was someone else. The two brothers now, they're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling there. My lord, in the opinion of the defence, that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough. This fragrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection, some such.
And now you employ chemicals, substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? These samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstains turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is Mr. Sholmes' concoction a load of nothing? I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice do I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief. What did you say just now, young lady?
And in the summation examination, the decision is whether or not the trial continues. Is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So, the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Bruno. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in the matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusion. So then, state your final decision in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Two call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation.
Objection!
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Menzies, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name of the gentleman gave him for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. You don't believe it? What do you mean, Ronaldo? Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector... me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean? Of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? Good gracious. Order? Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is also a communications officer. He works in my office. A very talented operator, in fact. He should be in the communication station now, tapping away on the telegraph. Doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. But a bit unexpected to find out that he's a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at the London Communication Station, we should be able to get to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. Court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about the events of the pawnbroker in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Weird that you gave me the time. But okay. I'm gonna finish this. I do think I want to go see if I can fucking get some fucking food. I'm hungry.
Oh, hi Gant. Hi Gant, how are you, Gant? Are you doing well? Look at him being adorable. He's so cute. I could just pat him on the head. I could just pat him on his little head.
Anyway, I'm gonna go see if I can get some fucking food, because I am hungry. Yes, I know, Moopie. I know you want me to eat. I will drink water. I have water right here. I love water. Water tastes good. Anyway, I'll be back. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate, Moopie. I love and appreciate you. I'm gonna do the unthinkable. I'm going to like actually make proper food. So might take a little bit. Hopefully not long. I will update you in between the making of the food. I'm just letting you know, actually making food, and then I'll like probably take a break to actually fucking eat it. But who knows? We'll see. land may witness me once more, for I exist. And I have nachos. I made myself some impromptu nachos. I do not have cheese for them, unfortunately, but well, this was the best food I could come up with what we have in the house. And well, it's a good way to force myself to eat vegetables, don't you think? Because it's not cut up so small that you can't even notice it. It's really hot though. Just took it out off the stove. It's really hot at the moment. I'm a little low. I'm not. I was just away from the microphone. Also, I was kind of mumbling. So I made nachos. I have nachos now. No, I turned the music back down. The music is back down. It's as loud as it was at the very start of the stream. No, I did not find cheese. I just didn't put any on. So it's nachos, but minus cheese. Anyway, so finally reaching the climax of this whole fucking game. Yes, I know cheese. You need cheese for nachos, but I have no cheese. So I can't do anything about that. We also didn't have fresh tomatoes to put in it, so I just used tinned tomatoes. It's not nearly as good, but it works. Anyway, so reaching the tail end of the trial now. This is where big truths get revealed and the story comes to a satisfying conclusion, and yet leaves something open for us to discover in the next game. I fear this may not happen. I fear it will come to a conclusion, but not necessarily one that I find satisfying. But who knows? I do feel a little bad making you just guys sit here and watch me eat. Even though you can't even see me eating. You know, I really hate having to eat while I play. And it feels like even more of a disruption, you know? Kind of stopping mid-sentence to take a bite. I don't know, maybe you guys are into it. Maybe you guys are just into that shit. Who knows? Oh dear. Oh dear me. I feel though I didn't put enough flavouring in this. Not enough spices. I can taste the meat. It's kind of gross. Not that I dislike meat, but I dislike a heavy meat flavour, which is why I don't like steak. I think steak is severely overrated. I'm sorry, what happened? Your organs are... what did you do to your organs? Did you get shot in the abdomen? You're meant to avoid doing these things. Good thing it's mild. Well, I do hope it gets better soon. I've never had much issues health-wise, but I know for a fact they're not fucking fun, so... You have our condolences and our hugs. I hope it gets better. No discipline for food. Oh, yeah, I get you. I'm kind of... I also have problems with food, but like in the Alfred sense. Having difficulties with food is really fucking hard, you know? Like sometimes I'll go to a restaurant to eat food, right? And I'll get to a point in my meal where the sight and the smell of food makes me feel physically ill, so I just have to leave. It's an unpleasant experience. Man, I really don't want to eat this anymore. like I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Well, that's a lunch break done. That'll go onto the board as nacho time. And all my VOD watchers will skip over it because it's boring as fuck. I appreciate all of you who stick around to see it though. Not that I really understand why. I guess I'm just that cool. But I'm sure some of you just like hanging out with me or watch me to go to sleep, and I'm not offended by that. I appreciate you watching me to go to sleep. Oh, fuck me dead. Isn't water just amazing? Yes, Jamoon, exercise is very important, and you should definitely exercise. But
You didn't come. You don't need to be hearing that shit from me. From me, who sits at home playing video games.
I barely leave the house other than to walk places.
You were fun eating that. Siphon the leftovers onto the unsuspecting miner. Okay, that sounds wrong. That sounds bad. I didn't mean it like that. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Oh, why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it. That picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Early's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured the scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? It's not like this is brand new evidence, Gina. Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely, you haven't gotta have your doubts about me. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went over to the street, to the 2-to-1, to Windbank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that shows don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. So that's why you lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's. I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of a whack, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun on the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets were in for armed robbery. The manuscript, have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hound or did something or
either. If it's ear, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it, or what would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So, when the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright. The mantle skipped. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was a bit of kick up out on the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I didn't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and check care of it. Would I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you if... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straightened my ears in the dark and dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help see. So I was just about to go to the storeroom myself when... a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come after you. Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must have been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I did, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay a little stronger. Stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove. What was there in the afternoon? That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me. Like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all to Bruno's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, if it was only 2 months ago.
Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with it, even though he was killed. No, I couldn't never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that era of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side until the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off a hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe me if it wasn't for who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Nosuk, no one believes you more than I do. Leave it to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But what if I was wrong? As soon as my trial began, it was so obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you, so you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Though I'm a duffer and no good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust.
Yes!
That's really all we need to know.
Exactly.
Nara Oro I am. Defendant Gina Lestrade and a legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith on you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching me too, partner. Okay. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zix, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's proceeds of the case heard by the court this morning. A glaring omission of a third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Big mistake to cross early in me. Very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Agate Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena on such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by this court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place in the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. That really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties were here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramucci detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. That's not really a rebuttal, sir. You deny the accusation completely. I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by a self-professed detective's toy. I think you just might have some vendetta against him, personally. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of the most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consultation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel, and proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Agate Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Bruno Sugnado, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. I trust you can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding this flashy hat while I do it. Oh no. Put it in Iris's head, she can take care of it. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with the thugs to break into the place in the time of the murder?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Sent by a man who introduced himself as Egerton Benedict? I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the back. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? The Chief Justice? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour of which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my Lord Nibben's friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains that he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions on the witness. A silent victory wheel, thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But am I not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say?
Oh, me.
Now, where in the realm of fairy tales are we?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What, me? No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. Now, how many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know you're not Big Brother Salty. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Oh, blimey, Governor. What? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke to the court, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share what that thought to the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. What? You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him. And... oh. Those bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. From the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you are currently clasping in your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. I guess not, but I would disagree. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with pawnbrokery, where the fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offence to the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windbroker's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defence would like that this last statement be added to Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is that I've had nothing to do with the pawnbrokery establishment where the man was killed. I'm a big fat fucking lie. Or do I not own that picture? I don't know that picture. I guess not. It was never added to evidence, I suppose. Okay, I'll just press you then.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I am currently on lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes. I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I won't go on a lie and pretend I remember something then I didn't. What's going on here?
Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windbanks?
Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman picture bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense.
I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Reno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from the witness's lips. Oh, thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with the Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good idea to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could be a valuable weapon. Say application pawnbrokery. Stressing I was with these guys. Attempted to admitting to anything like that. Hardly taken serious evidence. The bottom line is that I've never had anything to do with a pawnbroking establishment when the man was killed. What do I have? This was a book. This was the box. This has to do with the music disc. This has to do with the coat. This is Iris's manuscript. This is the McGill of notes. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound in the abdomen. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in the acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Today's paper. Secrets being linked to foreign. Autopsy report. Crime scene floor plan. 2 pictures. Stereos. What do I still miss? What? Interesting. Shows thing.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in the pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Mr. Gino Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. May surprise you to notice, but there's a small stream of blood on the disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny little bumps. If the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of small blood, the thumb of the person in question may bear the remnants also in the form of scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with this smear of blood on the disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit to have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It is really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing to whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying for Mr. McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy guttling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain the situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I have absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted in a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name after hearing my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Bundy's bank. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibank's in order to get his hands on McGild's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but it belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused at filthy guttling on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in salubrious areas her kind.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibank's. To get your hands on McGilded's disc.
Objection!
Conjecture, unfortunately. My learned friend is a veritable front of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibank's before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the big purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. And he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection with Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilda's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out. We're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I assume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks. Well, it would appear the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, please return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police who says everything in the shop. Without exception, every article in the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it had been seized by police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there's nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing the man might have belonged to. I wonder if that's really true.
Oh no, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
He slipped the disc into his pocket and had it deposited at Windbags. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. The witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
But Gregsy being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony.
me.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to return to the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in the Winterbanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulking brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. That is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zix? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from the Winterbanks pawnbrokery. How do you know that? And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Inspector, show the photograph prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from the detective security cameras.
Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again.
As previously explained, using the plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves in which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on the ticket, Mr. McGilda's small box hadn't been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m, on 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves, forfeited item, in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras with 2 hours before the incident. That's all at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then we have another print. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident. Let's see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. Let's see. Oh, alright then. Oh. That's very much moved. I know we're going to, like, talk about this in a minute. I just want to see if I can spot what they're already going to be talking about. Interesting. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one of the possible motives in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the murder. So, your men have already compared the two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. My learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown he'd stolen McGilda's pawned box. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, Counsel, in the light of this evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? Well, what do you mean, Counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to use to help identify the discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to find the two... to view the two prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, let's look through the eyepiece. I wasn't sure at first, but this is a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? You must identify the location in question to the court, Counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. I wonder if you can, like, do this without using the stereoscope, if...
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? How do you view the pictures stereoscopically? A single area stands out being different, the location of this small box. Wait. Unbelievable! He looks funny from far away doing it. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterbank on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to the place on the shelf. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork, what if it was? So a box was moved from the shelf, nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing was changed. That
That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that it was moved, that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine the box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is still sitting on the shelves in Winterbank's speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Wow, look at all these men staring at each other. We should have a report within half an hour. And thinks perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that the witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace propriety. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. The trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Something tells me that's a big reason you hate me. That's probably like the main reason you hate me. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat and that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets in a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yeah, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not like it was gold or jewels, was it? Though, goodness knows. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent to the defense now to bolster this argument. To explain what possible significance this commonplace article is pawned by the fine citizen would have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? well,
What's the matter, Bruno?
we know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know Mick Gilda's true character, and we know the disc is significant. But if we don't know why... But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that Mick Gilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false evidence.
Oh, no.
And that would mean... To be fair, Naruhodo, you in that trial acknowledged that it was in fact likely false evidence. Admitting that Gino committed perjury.
Oh, Jimmy.
Could it be that Van Zieks knows? That's why he's doing this now, because he anticipated everything.
But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us.
Sorry? What do you mean, Iris?
Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno?
Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. Alright. The exact significance of the things that Mr. McGilda deposited at Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Well... My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Hi, Ajax! Been at a seminar? Hang on, you had a seminar on a fucking weekend? I feel so bad for you, dude. Oh, I'm doing a good job.
Oh, thank you, Ajax. Thank you.
Oh, I care about you. I love and appreciate you so much. While the court awaits for Mr. McGilda's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGilda, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. It would prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Oh well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it would have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain the last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. The witnesses currently on the stand may step down until further notice. I shall bid you a good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here.
Good luck, Bruno.
The articles that Mr. McGilda deposited at the Winterbanks pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this court 2 months ago. Yes, happy Thanksgiving or whatever. I don't know. I don't celebrate that shit. That's a you thing, guys. But I know, based on my analytics, that most of you are in fact American, so... Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death on an omnibus running from along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect of the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder was in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped from the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Lestrade was concealed under the seat of the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. I get head pats! Oh my goodness, I'm a little guy and I go head pats, guys. Oh, thank you. I love head pats. Oh. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does that omnibus murder itself. But that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to persecute you of perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now.
Iris,
We're on your side.
alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Regina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down upon his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's important articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbour secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down upon my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
mattresses at Brink make a curve was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilder slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Yes, because as she just said, she was threatened! As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance you may have adjudicated an error in McGilda's trial. It sounds very much to me like as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of its witness and my learned friend, are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Look at the lawyer from the east, they were all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. I really to expect it to be like that. You really stitched everyone up, didn't you? Unforgivable. Lies have to stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilda's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have plunged yourself into, this may be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with your cross-examination.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strahd? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was something about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. I started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. They dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like somebody keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove, lying on the floor. Could the disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared, and the way he was looking at me, I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd be stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived, and that he asked me about being a diver too. And after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First, it was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
And there were two gentlemen occupied in the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Then they screamed. The driver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded and the driver and you stood at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes? He was also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Castle. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was on the stand. Indeed, Lord Anzacs. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like, and before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, coats and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off in a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me after and told me to come up from the driver's cabin. He threatened me with a snitch.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarper if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the mug and stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one little explanation, my lord. That what McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I liked it before the cops showed up. Well done, Juno. Could have been easy to tell the truth like that.
Jenny's really put her faith in you, Runo.
Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible.
It's time to really go over it, press her on every segment.
I suppose I should.
Oh, and another thing.
Oh, what's that?
Take a look at those two. It's strange. They've been whispering to each other the entire time.
Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
So you guys didn't react at all, but I can still pursue you. What would be a good statement to ask to go from the borough? Because usually they won't let me do it unless it's the right kind of statement. Irishman dragged me from under the seat. That's the whole time. I don't remember really talking about anything in particular.
Hold it! Excuse me.
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector, Mr. Graydon? Ooh, blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. And tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? Was this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with that shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus. It would appear that on the night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place in the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you should try and claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strahd, it would appear Miss McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I got no clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. It was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located. It is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. Woo! Oh my goodness, you know what this means? You know what this means? We're on the final part of this fucking trial. The final part of this fucking game. And then we'll be done, except this... Jesus Christ, this part is long as fuck. A lot of talking in this bit. Jesus Christ. Not even like testimony talking, just talking. Alright, whatever, we'll keep going. Even if it takes me another fucking 3 hours. It'll be done, and then I can well, not go home. I have to play the next Chronicles game tomorrow. And then I'll be sitting there the whole time being like, oh, Miles Edgeworth, I can't wait to hang out with you later. Isn't that right, Gant? I see you're not impressed. Look, I'm just... He look at him, he's so disinterested in everything I have to say. Can't believe this. Even though I invited him here, hasn't said a word to me. It's a gorgeous box, by the way. So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. I know, right? He's so rude. No! Don't get angry again! It's not Gant's fault, okay? You don't get angry again. We're already playing Chronicles 1. There's no reason to be angry again. Exactly. Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so cute. I'd take him out to like udon or something. You know, I'd let him teach me how to swim. I can't swim, so what a hottie. Well, Moopie, I never thought you'd say something like that. On the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop... Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Yeah, too bad he's a horrible human being. I fucking thought so. Gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Yeah, he's a horrible human being. He is so cruel. Unnecessarily cruel, in fact. And I fucking love him for it. This is the kind of character that I'm looking for. And I've got none of that in this game. Exactly! None of these characters could ever compete with how fucking interesting Gant is as a character. Hey! Hey. Hey. What do you mean none of the other games? Other characters exist. Gant could... Gant... there are lots of other characters that compare to Gant, just not in this particular game. That's all I'm saying. I'm not... You can't go slandering every other character. I like them too. It'd be really weird if the only character I liked in this entire franchise was Gant. It'd be sad, actually. It'd be sad. That'd be like the saddest thing in the world. I'm imagining it. It's sad. It's really sad. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, although in truth I had an inkling that this might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is the device for the playback of this disc, my lord. These characters in this game are not living up to any of the other games. You're right, Moopie. I'm so glad you agree with me. See, it's not that I'm a cult or something. We just all happen to have the same opinions. We just all happen to have the same opinions, and we all happen to dress the same and be the same exact person. The same person. No, it's not a cult, Moopie. We're not a cult. What do you mean? It's not. It's not. See, look. There isn't like any proof or anything with me on other streams that would prove it's a cult. It's not. It's not. It's not. What? Look, I'm here streaming with you guys today. I'm not even on any other streams today. Even though I usually would be, and this is part of why I'm doing this today, because I desperately wanted to stream and there wasn't be any stream today. Anyway. You do love this place, Moopie. I'm so glad you agree with me. That's my eyelashes. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilder's disc, deposited by Winterbanks at much of the same time. What, Moopie? Why are you yelling at me? Not strictly correct, my lord. So we were going to play game and Mob Psycho. We are going to. Look, I wanted to, and then I got upset, and then I was like, oh, I need to stream right now. And then Moopie, don't make me feel bad. No, Moopie, you're making me feel bad about it now. Go. Well, okay, but when I finish this, we can watch Mob Psycho then. We can watch Mob Psycho. We can watch it. Do you need to call then? You can call me right now if you need to, Moopie. But we can watch Mob Psycho after this. Yeah, by the way, I've been watching Mob Psycho. That's like, have I been watching anything else other than Mob Psycho that's new? No. I don't watch a lot of things. I usually just rewatch shit. So it's just been Mob Psycho. And before you ask, yes, it is 2025 and I'd never seen Mob Psycho before. It just happens. Oh yes, you're gonna make me watch Gravity Falls. Yes, I will let you do that. I have no reason not to. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilder's disc. I never watched MXA, for example, and never will.
slowly turns to my shelf full of My Hero merchandise. Yeah, sure. Oh, the first episode, I skipped that. I started at episode 8. I started at episode 8. So my experience with My Hero Academia was, this kid... Yeah, fucking Izuku Midoriya. Who gives a shit about Izuku Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya is not what we're watching this fucking show for. Except there are a lot of people who like him. I don't give a shit about Izuku Midoriya. See, my experience when I was watching My Hero Academia was this. It was, that kid almost had a panic attack right there on screen. I wonder how fucked up he is and if he's ever gonna get therapy, which is why I started watching the show. So, then I sat through the first few seasons and I was like, well, this show isn't bad. Like, it's not something that I would, like, stop watching. No, Zidius, I'm not saying, like, the main character is a bad character. Izuku Midoriya is a fine character, right? I just don't give a shit about him. I know lots of people who love Izuku Midoriya, and he regularly ranks 2nd or 3rd in the world rankings. In the world rankings of the fandom's favorite characters. I am the kind of... See, this is why you can't trust my character opinions. This is why you can't trust my character opinions, because my favorite characters are the characters no one gives a shit about, right? That goes for this anime as well, right? So my experience was I was watching it. I thought it was fine, but I wasn't, like, super into it. And then Mr. Compress showed up, and he was all like, oh, but Bakugo doesn't belong to anybody, and I was like, oh my god, what a guy, oh my god, he does magic tricks, oh my goodness, hi Mr. Compress, hi. And then that's when I decided that I should continue watching the show specifically for Mr. Compress. Now then, we went through like the other season stuff, and I was like, well, I'm not like super attached to any of these other characters. I guess like Present Mike is pretty cool as well. I like Present Mike. What a guy. He's lame, but he's kind of attractive. I started like slowly getting like super into like all the pro heroes. I was like, well, I guess I almost like pretty cool as well. I like him as a character. And I don't give a shit about Yuki. I don't give a shit about Shigaraki. I don't give a shit about Darby. I don't know why everyone likes Darby so much. He's so boring. Like, there's literally nothing to his character. He's just kind of there. I guess Toga's pretty cool and Twice is pretty cool because my friend was super into Twice at the time. And like, All For One was like, he was pretty cool. I could see like the potential for him like being a villain and stuff. And then I got to season 4. And I was like, holy shit, the show is peaked. This is incredible. Sir Night! I love Sir Night-Eye. I deeply and personally relate to Sir Night-Eye. I love you, Sir Night-Eye, and no one will understand how much I care about you because everyone ignores your existence except the author himself, and it pains me so much how everyone, how those... I have a vendetta against... I have an vendetta against Erasermite shippers. How fucking dare you? That fucking scene between Aizawa and Yagi that you guys claim is Erasermite, it's fucking not. He is sitting there thinking about his dead boyfriend the whole time. Just the whole time. So you're all fucking wrong. That is another point to Nightmite. That is another point to Nightmite, my disgustingly doomed yaoi. He was cool. And Overhaul, the whole Overhaul plotline was cool. I love fucking Overhaul. He's played by Kellen Goff in the dub, and I love him so much. He was like my first ever fucking cosplay. I fucking love Overhaul, and I was so happy when they made an Overhaul statue, except they made a statue of the Shy Hisakai arc, right? They made a statue of the Shy Hisakai arc, like, and instead of doing Overhaul and Night-Eye, they
did Overhaul and fucking Fat Gum, which I'm not saying Fat Gum's a bad character. He's a fine character, but he doesn't do anything. And why would you go with Fat Gum when Night Eye is the more important hero in the Shy Hisekai arc? I'd rather the current One Punch Man season than try to suck my way through Izuku crying his way in. So your issues with Izuku Midori is that he's a person with emotions? Honestly, it's the most fucking ridiculous. Like, you don't have to give a shit about the main character. I rarely care and give a shit about the main character of any show. But like, there is literally nothing wrong with him having emotions. But anyway, back to my fucking ranting. I fucking love Overhaul. I fucking love Night Eye. That whole fucking season 4 was fucking incredible, even though I didn't really care about Mirio to begin with, but I have come to appreciate Mirio. I think Mirio is pretty cool. I like him as a character. And then season 5! Oh my god! This is when I realized that I might have a thing for middle-aged men. So what happened was, everything was fine. I had accepted that, I thought Best Genius was pretty attractive, and I thought Present Mike was pretty attractive, and I thought that would be the end of it. And then Enji Todoroki looked me dead in the eyes. He didn't look me, he looked Shoto's son dead in the eyes. He said, "I'm proud of you." And my heart, oh, it hurt. It hurt so hard. You guys don't understand. I was sat there in bed for days on end. Like, I can't, everyone hates this guy. How am I meant, everyone hates this guy. I shouldn't feel this way about him, but he's so interesting. I have to see more, and so I watched more, and then I fucking hated Hawks. Hawks was there, and I fucking hated his fucking guts because he came off as a bitch-ass fucking pretentious fucking teenager, and I fucking hated him. He sounded so fucking entitled in his introductions, so I fucking hated him. I fucking hate Hawks the whole time. Fuck that bitch. Look, I've come around to him. I think he's a fine character and he's interesting. But I'm not sorry for killing him in that one shot that I wrote. I'm not sorry that he died in that one shot that I wrote. Not in canon. I'm not sorry that I killed him. Okay? I'm just saying I'd do it again. I'd put him through hell again. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, it's pretty fun to watch him suffer. He's a good character to watch suffer, but so is Enji. Enji is a pathetic little coward, and that's why I love him. He looks so hot having a panic attack. It's so attractive. And then I realized that I might have issues. So I came to realize I have issues. I have 1 endeavor, 2 endeavors, 3 endeavors, 4, 5 endeavors, 6 endeavors, 7 endeavors, and more. Okay, but here's the thing. You're implying that you're comparing Izuku Midoriya to that description of the Tokyo Ghoul, MC? That's not what Midoriya is at all. Midoriya is just a guy who experiences emotions in a way that, means that he cries a lot. Whereas, what you're describing is an annoying prick. Is possibly a depressed person, but no, Izuku just cries a lot because he is an emotional person. But anyway, I don't watch the show for Izuku Midoriya. I also don't watch the show for Shigaraki, but I know that lots of other people give a shit about them. Like, I just never really connected with the 1A class, right? Like, I like some of the characters just fine, but the reason I kept watching was because of Mr. Compress, and the reason I continued watching was because, oh my god, family drama! I love me some good family drama! And that's why I kept watching. That's why it's my favorite thing in the entire world. Huh? What? What? Sorry, guys, I was ranting, so I wasn't actually reading what any of you guys were saying. Favorite characters are horrible people. Right, I forgot that down scrolling likes to trigger you. I'm tired, boss. Look, he's just my pretty little muse that I like making cry. I like watching him cry and be depressed and thinking about the situation and how amazingly written it is. And my favorite bit is when he symbolically murders himself. Because we just learned so much about him and his mentality, and it proves that I was right this whole time and you were all wrong. Everything that I think is correct. And anyway, those last chapters were had me crying a lot because they had more Night Eye in there, and that made me sad. They mentioned Night Eye a lot. I love Night Eye. Can you tell that I deeply and utterly relate to Night Eye? I also deeply and utterly relate to so much. Undertale meant so much to me. You know the morals that Undertale pushes? That's like my personal morals. That's like, cause I played that game when I was 12, so like that's my morals. That's just my morals right there. Anyway. What were we even talking about? How did we get on this topic? Dan, do you remember how we got on this topic? Because I was talking about how we were watching Mob Psycho, and then how I don't watch a lot of things, and then Zidius was like, I've never seen MHA, and I was like, oh, well I have, and I like it. I got a poster of the Sports Festival arc. I have a poster of that. That was like the first poster I found on my wall. Pretty cool. He gets carried by the guy that gives him power for a lot of the time. Izuku is Azidius, you said you watched episode 1 and then didn't continue, so you can't possibly say anything about it because you don't know what his character development is like. Anyway. And you don't have to give him a chance. I decided that I wanted to watch the show because I thought I wanted to see if Bakugo ever got therapy. And then I was like, well, you guys are all kind of alright. I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep watching. Holy shit, is that a magician? Well, I guess I'm sticking around then. That was my whole thing. Like... like that was me. So what I'm saying is you can't You can't trust me in my character opinions, because the characters I like are always the characters people give the least fucks about. It's really sad, actually. It means that I can never have like a lot of merchandise of my favorite characters. Moopie, no, don't leave me! I can't believe Moopie's leaving me, guys. Can't believe Moopie would do that. My bestest friend. My bestest friend. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, I mostly watch, slice of life and comedies. You know, slow things that, don't have a lot of action in them. I don't really like dramas either. I don't really watch dramas. Every time I've watched a drama, it's been like, ugh, drama, you know? It's like, I don't know, I don't even know the other shows that you guys are referencing when we're talking about this. I was just sitting here talking about my favorite characters. Oh, Miyagi Toshinori, look at you. You're so cute. What a cute old man. Oh, I'm so happy that you're happy, finally, and you can finally be a normal person, and you don't have to be a hero. And you get like all the gay ships in the entire world. It's not fair, really. Do you know how many fucking gay ships Yagi Toshinori has? It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, and they're all pretty good. It's a lot. But anyway, no. I think personally, I think something like My Hero is good to recommend to people who don't really watch anime. It's a good, like, big introductory anime, and a good gateway. But, like, which is probably why it got so, like, extremely popular in like, the West and shit. Like, it's a good thing to recommend to people who, if they're only experienced with this, cause with, like, these sorts of medias, like, superhero movies, like, if you know the person's into action, this is, like, an easy thing to recommend, because it's easy to get into, and there's a lot of characters, and, it gives a good feel for, like, it's like a good way to ease people in, and then you can hit them with harder shit, you know? Or weirder shit, I suppose. You could hit them with weirder shit. Frieren is good if you like slow burn. I've never seen Frieren. The only reason I haven't watched Frieren is because I know for a fact that it's sad. I don't like watching sad things. The reason, actually, I tend to avoid, like, slice of life things that get popular. Stuff like Frieren and stuff. But, not because it's popular, but because if something that is a slice of life gets that popular, means there is something in the story that's kind of fucked up. Which isn't to say that it's, like, morally bad or anything. I just mean that it would not be what I am wanting to go to a slice of life to watch, because the reason I watch slice of life is because it's lighthearted and it's fun and everyone's happy, and I just get to watch people have fun. It's fantasy that has a bit of slice of life. Exactly, slice of life. It's why you don't watch a slice of life that's got a combination of genres. Now, which isn't to say that I would never watch Frieren. I totally believe that it's a beautiful anime. I just don't want to sit here watching it by myself. Because then I have no one to experience it with, and then I just kind of have to sit there with it. And... anyway. Moopie, what's wrong with having already seen it? Do you know how many fucking times I've watched Lovers War and I still watch that with you? Do you know how many times I've watched The Vampire Diaries in No Time? I watched an hour of it last night, in fact. It was great, in fact. I need to rewatch it again. I need to rewatch it again. I like rewatching things. Yeah, Moopie, it's not that I need someone to like experience it the first time with. I just need someone who I can sit there, who will sit there with me, and so we can watch it together, and then I can talk about it with, because like I can't watching sad shit. The reason I don't like watching a lot of sad shit is because I don't have a lot of people to watch it with. ZTS, I don't trust a single fucking recommendation from you. Anyway, the reason that I don't want to watch sad shit by myself is because if it's sad, then I'm gonna feel sad, and then I don't have anyone to like, you know, hold my hand and then talk about my emotions about it with, because most of the people that I know don't watch that kind of shit. Like, I once had a friend who told me they don't watch the kind of anime and the shows I watch because they're unrealistic. You know, unrealistic to watch a show about friends talking about their problems and communicating properly. The most unrealistic thing I've ever witnessed is people being good people. Anyway. What do you mean you won't hold my hand, Moopie? Oh. Fine. I'll make Damn and Gant hold my hand. I'll just do things with Damn and Gant instead of you. How's that? I'll just make him my new best friend. Anyway, how long has this tangent been going on for? Just let me ramble. Fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry to the people who come here just to watch me play the game. Oh, I rambled again. I had rambled again. Moopie, if you were so dead set on my plans, you know what you could have done? When I announced that I might do it on impromptu stream, you could have like texted me and been like, please don't, I'd miss you, and then I'd feel bad, and then I would have just hung out with you all day. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, because you could have just like, you don't stream today though, just hang out with me and it'll be cool. And then, but you didn't. But you didn't. But you didn't. You should just be more on top of things. And I hadn't already announced things because you were in my chat, in my offline chat, before I had even set shit up properly. Anyway, but you didn't. Anyway. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, that tangent lost us all of our viewers. I'm such a good streamer. Oh, Moopie. Moopie, don't say that. You'll make me feel bad. Hey, Quizby. Hi, I'm so glad you're here. I appreciate you. Strictly correct, my lord. It's not McGilda's disc, it was the disc of the victim on the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? We do understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell the music disc to Mr. McGilded. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music disc, my lord. Very well. Let the court listen to the curious disc.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord! Good grief! What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit, in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to the understanding of what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now, you... Clearly, Scotland Yard has vested interest here. But it is policy for this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Is it Morse code? Anyway, why are you guys like having a divorce in my chat? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note played over and over again in irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously! In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. I object! Is it possibly Morse code? Is it possibly Morse code? Not that me, as Naruhodo Suk, knows anything about Morse code, but I, voice of God, do. Are we ready to move on, Council? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could the music emanating from the music box have possibly been a clue? It could be! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can be any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. Why are you guys romancing each other in my court? Yeah, this is my courtroom now! Why are you romancing each other in my courtroom? Can't believe you're trying to kiss the bailiff. Can't believe this. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. Why Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. And the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. What the fuck kind of melodrama are you guys going through? Guys, they're getting divorced. Moopie and ZDS are getting divorced. Evil Moopie will be perished. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nepalese friend answer me this. Oh. I can't focus on the game. I'm the only moderator here. God damn it, they're making up again. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has in this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from the music box is not supposed to be music. And just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sound we're hearing is music. That, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react onto what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing, not necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, and to enlighten us, my Nepalese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno. Again, you look so annoyed every time you make that face. I've just examined the music box thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be... Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking this exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Stop spreading misinformation in my chat room. Holding hands will not make you pregnant, guys. You have to do a lot more than that. If your assertion is that the sound produced by the music box is not in fact music at all. I really am glancing at chat with a disgusted face. Then what the devil is it, Council? All of the evidence we've seen so far, all of the testimony we've heard, it is all pointing to one singular answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Bene's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I've got to get a fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box disc is... Oh jeez, do I have anything? Fuck, what would it be? Which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies? Well, what else would it be?
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder? Hardly supported for your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated by the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, Misa. Whatever is the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. The particular station that you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. And then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Please, everyone, order, but this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. So many not calculate what is treason and what is capital punishment. Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole the information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way to the out of the country, it would reveal the act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded could incriminate him too much if it got in the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I had to stand here in silence while the pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being a most flagitious offence for which the law is of this island sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. I'm not going to apologize to Van Zeeks. He doesn't need my apologies.
Hold it!
You gotta leave. Oh my god. Yes, mother.
Did we buy 2 lots of nacho chips?
Yes.
Did we use them? I did. Now I've got no snack.
Well, I was eating it as like lunch food, so
Got all those. I have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. And we ain't baddies enough to sell out on Motherland. That's right. We're what they call... 3 Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Wow. Me talking to my mother makes me sound British. Damn. Well, I have been told before that I do sound very British, so... A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Mr. McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff with the other night, like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin? It's just, yes, accent. On Mr. Do, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry into the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so in a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quiet down, everyone. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter getting us mixed up with these monkey business.
You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up a job.
And what about Geezer, whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Good. Nice to know your friends, who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant to the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. A communications officer couldn't possibly steal government information.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Many important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information.
Do you plan on finishing this case?
Yes, we are on the last bit of the case. Oh, no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5? We regular communication station officers aren't so lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And our Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently is in presence of Idol. Do you have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon? Well, what of it? The transmissions are already made, being behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, you must say something. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize in the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idol. Well, your idol would appreciate if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent to listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked by my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics to you, sir. A lesson? Here in court. Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is an A. And this is a B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Really? You shouldn't be surprised. What did I tell you? This music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. There still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use the music box somehow to play back Morse code? Might as well try it. There's still every possibility that the music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief the defense is of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nibonese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? That's a great song by the Supenian, by the way. It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the difference was a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. See how the 4 McGilded sits on the music box? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces aren't neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to the music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet? Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about the music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. You're right! Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. You play 2 discs simultaneously! Look at that. Another movement on the other side. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on the side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the 2 movements are linked somehow. They're linked. So if the 2 discs were to both play back at the same time... How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher a secret messages into Morse code? Yes. So, which is why they were talking about why he was talking about how there was meant to be a second one earlier.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a dot and a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This is a poor excuse for a lawyer that has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that that as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one on the omnibus with McGilder 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc of discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brick maker? Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with this. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be here somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Una. I will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago when the omnibus McGilded and killed the brickmaker and stole the disc, Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must be have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker for an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me. Thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the rodder had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Let me stop you there, Mrs. Scullion. After all the years you say. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Sculkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Sculkin. What? Ooh, me. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you couldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smarter ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Middleton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in the courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi! The geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on a trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could something in the story be relevant somehow?
Well, my lord. Yes, counsel.
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulking's never sulking.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. Must have been a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but what on? So, how did your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way the milkman would come with its cart to deliver milk, say. If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave you them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you out of your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Nah, what we had going on was simple. Once we had the idea, we just switch them over, see. Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. Doodle, right? I think you meant to say diddle. That's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ashley, the genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in the book when he was growing up. Said he was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slums we lived in. Oh, we all ragged him about that, didn't we? And told him he was soft in the head for even thinking it. But look at him now. He's all gone and become a blinking communication officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mrs. Skulkin. Shums and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it.
All of a sudden, we seem to have our necks in serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Yeah, it would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard in the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-ins at the window banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon on the omnibus with Mr. McGildred. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was a link between the two men somehow. I know. Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be watertight, even, which is the key to making some headways with cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. the name, please. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Gordon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. We thought of clever clogs, like you'd... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, it was old man Wall struggling for money and so much his wife walked out on him. He took the name Graydon then, see. But Ash will always be a Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bumpkin. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden we seem to be up on our necks, yeah. So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing! We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. And 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Winterbank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into the Winterbanks all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. Yeah, right there. 'Cause that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it that Mr. Graydon's planned to break into the Winterbanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, it said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. The communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential information. Besides... Mason Milverton. It was a low-class brickmaker negotiating. I have no relation to the man.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name in years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded... Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of the witness are all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted an elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I should have given the scheme shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc to the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at the Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in the pawn shop. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder on the pawnbrokery touched one item and the one item alone, the music box. I rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was that one article distributed? Disturbed. The answer is obvious because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since it was there to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime at Winterbank's pawnbroker. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits, ain't croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember. I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God as is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's like going down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms here in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch from around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet Mr. Winterbank from Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that I was there at the scene. I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Well, it would seem we finally entered the last act of the theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. I must ask that you give formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Oh my goodness. Goodness me. Goodness me. This is a lot of cross-examining. Jesus Christ. How long have I been doing this? 7 hours, okay. Makes sense. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it back and back up and made my escape. Good gracious. Quite an extraordinary testimony. You claim, sir, under oath that you clearly saw the defendant pulling the trigger. It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced to tell the truth now, as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, I was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. Over the black overcoat this pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is clearly possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Oh, fuck you! So here's a true science, not some amateurist detective's dubious foray in the world of chemistry.
There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
Moopie, I want to hang out with you instead of being here and doing this. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed by the courtroom on the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes.
This doesn't look good right now. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? that. There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Yeah. Covered in the other blood. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from where he was stabbed by a McGilded who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. If they find the blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Moopie, I want a hug. I want a little hug now. I'm so bored. I'm so bored.
Moopie. Oh, Moopie. Moopie, I want to hang out with you. I want to hang out with you, Moopie. Please. Right now. Right now. I'll kick Gang out of the stream if you hang out with me. What do you mean, dang? What? 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 Am I not compelling? What do you mean you're sorry for me? You hate this game that much? It's not that I hate it. It just bores me to death. It just bores me to death. It just bores me so much. You don't need to apologize to me about this stuff, dude. Oh, go. Yeah, I got hugs. Yay, Moopie. But I have no Moopie. But I don't have a Moopie to be with me. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. I'm all alone. I can't hear your beautiful voice though. Oh, it's just me and my thoughts alone in the world. Oh, Moopie is just... It's just evil chat, Moopie. Oh, but Gan is so disinterested. Look at him. I love you, Gan. Kisses again.
You don't want to interrupt my stream with your horrible voice and rambling? Wow, Levi. Wow. Can't believe you'd say that. While these ruffians were jostling the broker, I was still in the entrance of the shop. Winterbank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a shot hand in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. Him to the door down. Shot the man in the back as he was trying to get to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun to the peephole on the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. And clear up. We made a bit of a mess behind the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough. My God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh my goodness.
Excuse me.
What is going on with you two? Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah! What the fuck was that about, Gregson? That should be my line. You do realize you were violently shaking Mr. Skulking? Blimey. This dude's a bit of a oogling, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down that session? And why didn't you? 'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. All that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. Can't be proud of losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Oh, blimey. See the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this deer gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite so worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Regsy at all. But normally, all sweetness and light. No matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling right now? Much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. You have to find a way to break this, man. And quickly too, because once I discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing... It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing a blood splatter all over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know that Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, so what's going on?
All I know is that it's very unfair, and we should have German scientists. Why should we have some German scientists test and be acceptable as evidence, but when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that, I just have to find some real stark inconsistency in the testimony somewhere. I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain on Jimmy's coat.
Hold it!
Where's the Winterbank emergent storeroom, I believe? Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had a revolver in hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared in my life. Yeah, we're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say that you were near the entrance of the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeit items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the balloon counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and then soon made him scrapper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened to me. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scuppered through the door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him in the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job, made of stout wood. You do want to hang out with me, Moopie, which is why you should just hang out with me right this second. But there's a small opening in it, about head height, that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about the burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well?
How? You call me right this fucking second while I do this shit.
Cause I don't know, cause Jesus Christ is probably gonna take a fucking while.
Oh, it's likely, Gov.
I didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov.
Exactly, reply.
I doubt these buffoons are even aware of the people's existence.
So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Winterbank take place. What do you mean I had to spell it out for you? What to fucking spell that shit out for you? Jesus Christ.
I'm not good at knowing what you mean.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe
I thought you were just upset at the game.
No, I was baiting you! I was trying to bait you! Hang on, let me fucking just...
I didn't know. I feel bad for interrupting your stream.
Well, don't, because, honestly, I'm bored as fuck. Get out of here, Gant. What would it be, browser?
Hello. I'm not good at picking up cues.
Huh? Not bit good at clues and shit? Oh,
Not-
yeah.
At picking up cues. Clues?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Jeez. Let me just. Cancel.
Someone's gotta tell me things outright. I'm not gonna know. I'm stupid.
Yeah, well, Mupai, I appreciate you being here because, frankly, I am having a time, I will say. I'm having quite the time.
Alright, catch me up. What's happened? I'm just kidding. Don't do that. I know what's been happening.
I know, you've been here the whole time.
I like the Goofy brothers.
Yeah.
They're a little dumb. Gotta make... I like the guy, the evil guy.
Yeah.
Saying he saw the whole thing, even though he's obviously evil.
Well, he's... yeah. He's something. Oh man, I should have set this up earlier. I meant to, but then I didn't. Oh. But it's good that I'm setting up now, don't you think?
Maybe. I don't know what's happening.
I'm just messing with the foodies. Doesn't want to work, Mupai. I don't know how to make it work anymore. I had it set up and then I deleted them for whatever fucking reason. There it is! Yay! Now it works. Look at you. Look at you.
That's me.
It is you! Yay!
I'm a little guy.
You are a little guy. Right where Gant used to sit. Fucking Gant. You don't exist anymore.
No.
What, do you want Gant here too?
No, it's okay. Cause yes.
No, if only I could. Only I could make you louder. Cause you are fucking quiet as fuck, and you can't do anything about that. At least to me, but also I've got so much fucking shit going on. Oh my, oh dear. Oh, I'm so bored. I'm so bored, Mupai. I'm so bored, Mupai.
Don't be bored.
Oh. Anyway, did I miss something? No. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and
Combine
pointed
your
it straight at the
your
man.
two favorite people.
What?
I'm combining your two favorite people.
Stole my fucking idea!
I did.
Why
I
would you
did.
steal my thing from me? That was my idea!
Well, it's just the emotionally support Gant / Moopie,
That was my
obviously.
idea first.
What do you mean?
You should get your
I know.
you should get your own Ace Attorney character, Fugi.
No, I think this is fun. I have my character as my Fugi, but this is funny because it's your stream. That's why.
Okay, I'll accept it.
It is still your idea, because it's your stream.
Okay, I'll accept it. It means I just mean I should make you larger though.
Oh no.
There you go. There we go, a true emotional support Gant.
Who will actually talk to you and say everything's a-okay.
No.
Oh wait, I give him the Sonic voice. Everything's a-okay.
Oh my god, that kind of works though, with his
The
personality.
nightmares. No, it does. That's why it was scarily accurate that I did that. When I did that.
The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, and then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was in that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, but with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it was sullied with blood, that's for sure.
But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it?
No, that's right. It was Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Mr. McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago.
It's so annoying! If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that.
But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother.
Ooh. I was reacting to the
I figured. Thank you, emotional support Moopie / Gant. My lord. I'm questioning your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. We have results from the test that you ordered earlier, my lord.
Ah, the blood is on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear they have been the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. I'd like to counter, sir. What about the lack of splattering blood at the fucking crime scene and on the victim himself? Can we not point that out? Are we not going to point that out? And I think Naruhodo is just going to be like, oh god, I can't believe they do this to me, and not even say anything about that. See? What did I tell you? That was the weakest objection I've ever heard. I'm still making fun of you for that. No, the coat. The blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited in the Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nibonese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? Because it was my fucking job!
I agree.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! It was my fucking job, and I was in a headspace where I was desperate to have some semblance of victory. And if you recall, close to the end, I was on your fucking side about this. Do you not remember I was on your side about this, Van Zeeks? That I said that I admit that the evidence is flawed and probably fabricated, and I did try to get it out of that fucking bitch's mouth. But do you remember that? Do you conveniently forget that to fucking hate me?
Yes. He's evil.
He's not evil, he's just...
Mean.
He's just mean. He's just mean.
Mean man.
So it's just annoying. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it barely a disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. Oh, fuck you all! Fuck you all! You weren't even fucking here in the courtroom. You don't remember a jack fucking thing that I fucking said in the court. I do. I fucking remember it. Apparently, Mr. Barrack doesn't. He's just a fucking racist prick.
We're better at remembering things than the game is.
Like, no, Jesus Christ. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to a problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specialty. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I mean, if it worked, yes. I hope that Pirowski was too starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood from the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known this fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Fuck you. My lord. Oh, great. Just fucking fantastic. The jury wants to speak, do they? Do you want to fucking speak on this fucking bullshit before I have even really had a chance to counter-argument any of this? Did any of you even consider the fact that if this much blood of the victim ended up on the coat, then there should be just as much blood around on the crime scene? Was there that much blood at the crime scene? Was it splattered around the fucking wound? Because it fucking would be if that were true. Did any of you fucking consider that? You're all idiots. You're all fucking imbeciles. As of this moment, sir,
explain it to the jury.
Squadron has reached its final decision. Oh, I'm sure you have! You...
Guilty.
Yeah, whatever.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
You're all fucking idiots. You're all just idiots. You're all just idiots. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
No.
The defense has consistently
wrong
failed.
Verdict.
I know, reply. Can you fucking believe this fucking bullshit?
I expect better of you, Van Zeeks. I expect better of you. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jury's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling so fast? Oh, very distressing. To be held in such low esteem. What did you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? God. Mr. Jones? What is the meaning of this? Order. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital? As well as I would be, but I'd not been sent upon an errand. What errand?
Really? It's really you! You're awake at last!
Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies.
My goodness, you're tall. I didn't realize you were this tall.
Now, my lord, if you will humour me. To what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over here. I need not more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Six? Can he remove the fake mustache first? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly! Haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, I would show this to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well. Counsel, you may have 5 minutes. Thank you for changing. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Jones, you are right now. All right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for my... Pray, forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Perhaps sit down, sir.
Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is.
Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. But that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those are the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? What is this?
Oh! It's the machine I made.
Ugh.
Ugh, I don't know what the fuck happened. We're gonna throw it there. Hi, kitty cat. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is that?
I call it a cat flapper mat. You can make a cat flap for a little fairy friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to?
That's a good question. Oh, dear emotional support again. Hold me in your arms, please.
You got this, just a bit more.
Oh, yes! I'm so close!
Everything's gonna be alright.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You got it.
Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You got to check out Wagahai because of this game. That's adorable. Wagahai is a really cute name too. You really are the best assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat faber mat that night, but why? Can I prove that she did it with the will I already have? I can!
Win.
Oh my. Oh Moopai, I'm so cool. Oh.
You broke my eardrums a little.
Sorry. Sorry.
It was wonderful. It was a
Aw.
hype moment.
Aw.
You did it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So smart. So smart.
Oh, I know. I'm really cool
Nope.
like that.
Now complete this. You are super cool like that.
Can you stop making the entire courtroom smell of alcohol, sir? It's kind of disgusting. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already. Oh, Herlock. I've decided to come around to you. You know what? I've never been happy to see your face around here before. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Moopai. Oh, thank you, Moopai. I'm
You're
grateful
amazing.
to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Nanohodo.
Guess what?
Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests... I would like to further the cross-examination. Because we put
Go
this
for it.
cross-examination on hold, so I haven't actually concluded it. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness.
Objection!
Hi, Money. Hi. Yes, I decided to do an impromptu stream. I'm sorry. This is why. But you know, this is what joining my Discord's for. Which you should totally do if you want, like, you want to be, like, informed of when I go live and shit. It's the only place I announce it because I don't, you know, I could put it on, like, Twitter and Bluesky, but I really don't want to. I just don't want to. The defense is not asking the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. River. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? So nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Drama queen. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Alright. Mr. Chomes? Alright, well. There. We'll let him sleep for a while. To stand so insecantly before the court, so shiently, whatever, before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Or Susato-san! Jeez. I don't want to waste the final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Okay. Ruffians were jostling the broker. I was nearly in the shop. When the windbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Accused in the blood coach of the matter I'm saying. What do you think, Gan? I'm thinking this one.
Hold on.
Because
like 10 seconds.
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. I would reckon
You go with what you believe in.
I would reckon that's like probably it. Cause like, you know,
What's the evidence again? It's the picture.
no, I would think that it's the thing that Erlock, I almost called Charlotte, Erlock just gave us. Because we use that, right?
That,
We'd be
yeah.
like, this is the thing that made the peephole. And they'd be like, okay, but can you prove that the peephole wasn't there? And then we present these again.
Yeah,
and be
okay,
like,
okay.
That is my logic. I'm hopefully they're following the same logic as I am.
It makes sense.
I'm glad
I
you
think you
so.
can do this any way you want. Any way you can. You're gonna do amazing.
Okay, pretty please. Oh, Jesus. What have you done? I don't know why you stopped responding to me for a minute there. Oh, he's got a little face. That's cute. Anyway,
Objection!
yes. Oh, what on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat flapper mat, my lord. It makes a new way for cats to get in and out of the door. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners. I'm sure you can all work that out for yourselves. But the cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there is no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windermere had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you and your Japanese assistant, Chomes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked room. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. Oh, no!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in this door was... Yes. It was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, the peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, Your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
Oh, shut up, you! None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through solid wood?
Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest door.
That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second.
I have a feeling you would say that.
What?
Wacky, cooey, time for dinner. Hi, kitty cat. Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door in the Winterbanks was made by your machine. And that's not... There's no way you can prove that it was. Actually, I can! It is easy, Iris, thank you!
the cat flap my Catermatic creates are all a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people in the Winterbanks are the exact match. Old Silky's got lost for words.
Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Alright, I'll give it to you. Easy peasy. I can do that. What is the purpose of
lemon squeezy.
inquiry, Lord Van Six? Thank you, emotional support. I appreciate you. I love you so much. It's very simple.
I love you too.
Oh, bye. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using the device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact there was no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Naruhodo, stop getting so worked up. Fucking. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Six. Well, Counsel, I
Don't give up now, Bruno! This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato is a great judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the Winterbank storeroom was created after the event of the incident and not before.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotaba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause for doubt. That she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel? This print shows the scene of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises.
Wow, it's even in color.
Yeah, I know. Britain is cool like that. They get color. Agreed. And it always also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, It pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door in the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Thank you. I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Lord, there's more, Lord Van Ziggs? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that the man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right, as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of this one. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter what who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency with your statements.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. I was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her doing it with the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of porn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that it exists forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. Oh, how on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please? Lord Van Six? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of the peephole, which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed by him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who was the person in question, Counsel? Who gave the witness details of the crime scene to facilitate the false testimony? Well, look, mate, I hate doing this to you. I hate to do this to you, but,
Unfortunate.
You're the only one who would know about the blood splatter on the coat that we discovered. And like, you would also know about the peephole, of course.
And you also wanted to leave.
Exactly. He wanted to leave right this second. I don't trust him. Does that mean that he gets to go on the thumbnail? Who knows? Maybe.
Take that!
the truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me.
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And then the only person with knowledge of the investigation that had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is bloomin' outrage. Why would I be given any details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any chance. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired in the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. You're lying though. I saw it happening.
Oh, I just remembered something right now. What is it, Iris?
There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying.
Oh, yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspectors seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed.
You little toe rag! You making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to be doing something like that with no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I would wonder if, perhaps, in exchange for details about the people in the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence.
Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent to the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical claim. Evidence. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it.
Bruno, what do you think it could be?
Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. The other piece... the other music disc, maybe? I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal with Inspector Gregson and the witness? I would think it's a second music disc, wouldn't it be? I can't think of anything else. Because it would make sense if he'd want that, right? Emotional support, that is your cue to chime in with your personal thoughts.
You got this.
I got this. That's not what I want to hear. I want to hear your thoughts.
I agree. Fine.
You agree? That's all you're saying.
I didn't want to ruin it.
Okay.
Well,
you agree with me that it's probably the other.
I mean, I wouldn't know what else it would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't think it would be anything else because he he definitely needed that for his personal investigation. So that's what I'm assuming it was.
And that's why it's missing.
Yeah.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, it is not true that you've been working. Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited in Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded on the pair of discs is what that were in McGilda's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing these secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little...
You're so smart, Aya.
Thank you, I know I'm so smart. On the day of the incident, when we met you in Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded was to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't it right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that it was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peach. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded on truth. Sobering, I must say. Yeah, because I know that you're fucking drunk right now.
You ain't sober.
Yeah, exactly. You've been drinking wine this whole time. You are not fucking sober, mate. It would mean that
Down
this...
in that.
Exactly.
6 bottles under there. Trust.
I would not doubt it at all. It would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could that possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would have not accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious. Then, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. I'm sorry, but Van Zeeks was the one who mentioned it first. However, it'll put the matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement. Then I'll happily submit to a body search.
All you'll find is fish and chips.
What? It's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which we now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand that yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist to formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
If he's so
What
readily...
if it's on what if it's on the blonde guy? Sorry, I forget his name already. Grayson. Okay, what do you think? Sorry, my bad. You're awesome. You got it.
Because if it was on his person, then the only reason he would so readily agree is because he's certain that it wouldn't be found.
They did not have a meeting before this. Don't lie to me. But I don't think that's quite it.
Because he's confident that it's not on him. Which is why he's saying that.
Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. What's up?
Objection!
Oh, thank you. I was worried that I hadn't clicked the right thing. The defense demands the search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? What's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Quiet, all of you. Renault's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? You... Now don't be so hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know what is ignored. Oh! Of whom you requested search of. That explains your behavior. I get it. Oh, Josso, Jesus Christ, Sato, you're 16? Honey, darling. Anyway, because he fucking grabbed the guy. He grabbed the guy, and that's the only contact that he's had with anyone, which could be when. Because it wouldn't. Because like, here's the thing: if he still had it, that wouldn't really make any sense, right? So it obviously, like, the handle had to have happened at some point. But this guy is smart enough to know that this good old landed in some hot fucking water, and then explains why he suddenly grabbed the guy for absolutely no fucking reason at some point.
They tried to play it off like it was nothing.
Exactly. Like he didn't even explain what was really wrong. It was just like weird out of the blue. What the fuck, mate?
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I'd never. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Oh, please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard and has to object to the search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van I have no idea what forces you are at play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search.
Luna, I've done nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music disc. Don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc, which left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not Inspector Gregson? Mr. Skulkin, what have you to have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear, I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought my noggin was gonna fall off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me with me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when you got down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's been throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wig, he hid it. Phew. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc, he was not dead. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? And this is a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, this current assignment of his special conditions. Yeah. Recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Hush, hush. A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if this information were to be reviewed in court as evidence, it could be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer the question. So, realizing when there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc and acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him? To slip the second disc into his pocket? So, it was all a pretense?
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, but I admit. So my sentence is accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. What?
You got this, Aya. Drink some water.
I'm slowly running out of water.
Drink water.
I did. Nom water.
Yay. Stretch break, stretch break. Big stretches.
Okay, big stretch.
Alright, now get back to it.
Okay. I trust your judgment. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public of the fine country, I'd like you to think that justice will be your guiding light. When you're making your decisions, you get justice's name out of your goddamn mouth, Gregson! This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary voluptuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Oh no, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he is a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, I'm a fellow professional. I'd like to put faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of idol. Detective was very much trust and ice. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Jenny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then I'm going to lose. Is there some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets? Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness? Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions now. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty.
So there's no choice then, Bruno. We have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Do I present evidence against it? Gregson or Graydon?
I don't know. What do I have? I don't really have anything that could be admissible. I feel like making Gregson admit it would be a lot easier. I'm just not sure how to do it. Like, what would the proof I'm looking for really be, is the question.
Is this my cue?
Yeah, you can put your input in.
Oh, I have no clue.
Oh, okay. Helpful.
I believe in you, though. I cracked myself up.
Well, we haven't.
We didn't prove what the discs were. If we can prove what the disc is what we say it is, then
So present
it
the
would
music
be
box?
incriminate. Yeah. And it could incriminate either of them.
Well,
Mr. Graydon, there is a final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. It's my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit the deal he clearly struck on the stand. Nope. R.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box, Council? Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to let the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council.
Hold it!
No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector.
Sorry, I choked on my saliva, Inspector. You got me all worked up there.
The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from the music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have the chance to confirm the theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in all unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court. And all because, by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I'm to make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by this music box. Come on, Ranzix. For Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering truth by fair means or foul. Oh! Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will listen to the music box as set in operation once more. This time, the second disc is in place. Both discs play simultaneously. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut the blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you on the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were standing here on the stand together. As when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! Psst, you there. Was the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me this very moment. Oh, but trade. I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should put him in the clear. Peephole in the storeroom door, the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, so if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself?
There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank. You... Traitor!
Wow, you're strong.
Bailiff, restrain that man at once. That's it then. It's all over.
It's all over, Aya.
Oh.
Are you proud of me? Are you proud of me?
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
I despaired my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in this squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend from a court talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal ministry telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The law of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing? And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become. He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I had told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? There in the loft. So I had them make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anyone. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs, the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened to the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why is it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded. I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must have been involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. I had no idea what he was actually on the discs. I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the discs were taken from him. And he never returned home. Oh, Jesus. It was only then that I found out the sort of monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched Britain's soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice the monster deserved. Well, that's one thing you did right. That's one thing you did right. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Gilda's death, that though, was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me to the courtroom. Yes, officer? So sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes in the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. They asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was one loose end, you see. A loose end? Well, I'm glad you're explaining this all to us. Yes, I should like to... It should think it obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange Mr. McGilded. Yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs. The music box you need to play them. Oh, look at that now! What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 Guinness for you. Ooh, what's this? Winterbank's pawnbroker? Hey, it's the pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend what way. I'll put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 Guinness if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite this way before. Have you not, Mr. Grayton? London pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So, I knew that if he'd taken the steps to hide the disc, it would be taken to the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night that he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, Sejuna. I remember now. That was when we first met. You were at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was nothing of McGilded's pawns. She was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started making inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. So all I needed was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box was the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing.
We picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered fast? My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. We started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Well then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc was still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place the same night. With the help of your old friends, the Sculpin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilda on the shelves at forfeited articles. And the second disc inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened.
What are you doing in my shop?
A gunshot rang out in the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled to the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened in Winterbanks on that wretched night.
Man.
Yeah, it is something, isn't it? Well, I appreciate you explaining all that to me, sir. I'm tired. Can I go to bed?
Oh.
Earlier, you called McGilda a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well then, this has been a long and exhausting trial, you tell me. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson would have Mr. Ashley Graydon. He's been restrained, my lord, and has been escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. The fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garadab Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare the final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Wow. I can't believe it. Finally, Rudo, you finally managed to do it after 10 hours in court, sir. Oh, finally is the word. I really wasn't sure we'd come out on top for a while there.
Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there's a certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. Eh? I've never done nothing of the sort! Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aww. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message of Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that the government's secrets be disseminated before the entire court. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that he'd done so. If I may on that point. Isn't that... It's, what the sounds produced by the music box before, I do wonder if it was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just I'm really rather fanatical about when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by these two discs were nothing more than that. I mean, in a series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do you have to tell you the disc contained ministerial secrets, sunshine? The courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government's communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade nation secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now then, that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Yes, but it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury. A grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on. Ain't nothing I don't see these days back to slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair. If you want to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very valuable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing this courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant Miss Gina Lestrade.
Woohoo! Wow!
You're so cool. You
I
did
know,
it.
I'm amazing. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Forever.
Yay!
Wait, there's a second game?
Oh, yes, there is a second game, unfortunately.
No, I know. That's
Before I can hang out with Miles Edgeworth.
Oh man, the 11th bottle of wine.
He's almost as bad as Godot with the wine. Unless Godot was just, you know, threatening his heart health. He was just a drunk.
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. I have a curious talent. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not very different and on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand. Okay? You've mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, if you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, we'll learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright then. I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. Aww. We weren't gonna, like, you know, have a sword fight. We've both got swords on our hips. It'd be pretty cool. I want to know what kind of sword you have. Do not take that
Sir.
out of context, you fucking pricks. I swear to God. I just really like swords, okay?
Sir.
What?
The statements are wild.
Fuck you. I don't! I don't! I don't!
Zedius, Aya doesn't. But I do.
I don't! I just like swords, okay? I like swords. The metal kind. The metal kind that's sharp and could kill you. I like that. You know, it's cold and sharp and, you know, you could be killed easily. Fuck you all! Fuck you all! Fuck you all! I swear to God, if I see a fucking clip of this shit, I'm gonna... It's done! It's over at last. But... where's Iris disappeared to? I don't! Don't you fucking put sword fight in quotation marks, you... Damn you, chat. We were going so well.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
Shima
Tina.
just had to say something.
I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said. It's not an order. You believed in me. Right up until the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Oh, one never has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never been trusted. Never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in the trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and pay for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make it fat a lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I'll sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Brunosuk. The defense lawyer is only as good as faith in his clients. It is me, Kazuma, rated #1 character in this entire fucking franchise. Well, these 2 games, in fact. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why just yet, but I'm sure there's a real reason why you would be named the #1 character over, you know, anyone with more appearances in the games. We'll just have to see, won't we? It's me. It's everyone's favorite character. that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Oh no, evil Moopie's made an appearance in chat. I can't believe it. I can't believe evil Moopie.
Get out of here! Get!
Evil Moopie! I can't believe you! You rat! I knew it. There were two different people this whole time.
Alright, get out of here.
After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, cousin. And am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Can we take a look at my disc? Oh my goodness, what the fuck are you guys doing? You fucking clicked it! Fuck you!
Is that the second clip of the channel?
It is the second clip of the channel.
I should delete mine, so it's the first clip of the channel.
No. The first clip of the channel is my clip that I made of my own exploits.
Oh, okay.
You haven't posted your clips in there.
So it's the third clip of the channel.
No, it's the second clip of the channel because there's only 2 clips in the channel. You haven't posted a clip in the channel.
Oh.
I'm not watching that clip. I'll watch it after I'm finished this, Jesus.
No, I meant the Twitch clip, but yeah.
Yeah, like it's technically the second clip of my channel though. This is the second clip.
But and also the Twitch channel.
Yes, that's what I meant of the Twitch channel. Oh my godness! I do this to myself, really.
You know, honestly, this isn't even the worst thing you could have been clipped for.
It's really
there
not.
So much worse that you said. Honestly, you got him scot-free on this one.
It's because you guys don't like clipping me, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that you guys don't like clipping me.
I'm just lazy. There has been one where I was really close to doing it. I was like, no, Aya would hate me forever if I did.
I wouldn't hate you forever. I would be like, wow, you guys want to clip me? I'm so cool. But
not in the moment. Not in the moment. Alright, this was a good clip though.
It's okay. It's okay. Those clips will never see the light of day anyway. You know, all those clippable moments, they won't see the light of day because I'm
They'll
not
be
fucking
back.
paying someone to make clips. I don't have that kind of money. Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? You know, I'm so lonely this whole time in my fake mustache,
A man
and
who
I
likes
can't believe
attention.
it. That's that
Man who loves
voice.
attention.
Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling, Mr. Jones. Ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. I'd assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctors who were attending to me. Evil Moopie! No! I don't want a three-way sword fight, please.
Get out of here.
Fuck that shit. That just becomes a round table. The Musketeers. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me a leave of absence. Very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. That bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you get your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? It's really weird that you insisted on this positioning, and, And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, why it's so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working as on winds up dead anyway, isn't it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I paid no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper a bit the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some covers of, like, the bog trotters, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose there's what's one way of looking at it? Divine justice is one thing now, and the Reaper taking matters into his own hands and reclaiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the gildeds of this world. I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is so admired, Mr. Lestrade. Oi! You give it a rest already. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, do now. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine it, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. I mean, yeah, every time Lock is in a room, we all just kind of look over and be like, well, how the fuck did you get in here? How long have you been sitting there precariously on that ledge? Why are you sitting on the ledge, sir? That's kind of what it's been every time. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for dinner tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter? I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering. Taking the box out of stuff. What was in the lug? Blah blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. Well, diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. You know, like that one song. I remember how it goes, really. But, you know, there's a very inspirational one. I don't know if any of you guys knew it. Anyway, what the fuck am I talking about? I've got some weird eldritch knowledge that I shouldn't really have because, you know, I'm a child in the 1800s. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. And I'm sorry that you have zero consistent voice, Gina.
It's a wonderful idea, Jenny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it?
Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me and to rear the gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? What's that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strong. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh.
Oh yes, it's good advice, Jenny.
Right. I see. Well. Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pig purse. I can't say that wasn't at least wholesome. Well, it was. It was, but like, I just held no connection or care to it, so it's like it doesn't have the same impact that other ones would.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful?
You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled.
Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news?
Not again.
Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley?
As usual, I think I'd rather get bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not! I have no intention of listening to anything but good news.
And there you have it. How people answer that question say a lot about them, doesn't it?
Let's not go there.
Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently.
Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news?
The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more.
Wait, Dover?
That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off.
But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Maybe stop doing that. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way.
What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria.
Oh, what a gorgeous background. Quite sad. That look took somewhat longer than I had anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now.
Miss Susato, where are you? Over there! Look! It looks like she's reading something.
A very big book.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Oh wow, you're wearing boots. That's cute. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. We heard that sailing had been delayed due to bad weather, you see? Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. It's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law, you, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. But I did it. What I did is utterly unforgivable.
That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie?
Oh, the evening of the incident. Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember.
Oh yes, we had a wonderful time.
Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? In the art of pickpocketing, I mean.
Oh, that was so much fun! I saw Bruno's armband.
Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. Anne's very important to me.
Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages.
So, on a whim, I thought it would be fun if I could take the flatware mat. So, I put it on my shelf.
Really?
And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Winterbanks' shop with it later that night. I'd see. And then... after Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And in that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina. I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap on that to make the peephole in the door? As captured by the photographic print on the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
Indeed, it was the first importance that would. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought that about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gino had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure it would never have done such a thing.
You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime.
That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door.
For which a peephole would be that very thing.
Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference.
But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police.
I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. Criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
She really does think of everything.
But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Stroud's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of the trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo, what a triumph of work to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't. There was a communication officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. Cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow! It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A... So... G... What?
Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait! Iris! What did you just say?
Oh, I just said a so G. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something? Soki was the name of my best friend.
What?
But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing in the music box. Try and scratch up on the fly.
It really is a genius.
I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least.
Oh.
It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use in their own languages.
I don't understand. Are you saying...
That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it?
And do you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Sogi?
Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code.
Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I'd spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become very important to my international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your effort on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please.
Of course.
But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence that supposedly means dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for this secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first, Kei Asogi, cousin of Sogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second, a Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Goreguson. Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected.
Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense.
The last name is J. Wilson.
What?
Wilson?
John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy?
Oh, it says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. Better remember those names. Well, I'm going to immediately forget them just to spite you. It's okay, I won't forget them. I'm sure they'll hammer it into me.
So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where'd Susie and Runa come from?
Oh, well...
No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them.
Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University. But you can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. I am not a sword fight enthusiast. You call me enthusiast of like fucking anything else. I don't want that to catch on. That's just demonstrably false.
Bad evil moopie.
Bad evil moopie. Can't believe it. Oh. This is strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibake's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder, rolled a boulder at the back of the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on the steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan.
You're really going then, Susie.
We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you very much. I wish you all the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped to have you always by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Don't say that! She's 16!
Really, Susie?
Oh. Now, don't forget, Iris, I've made a promise I've yet to fulfill.
A promise?
At your manuscript.
Ah.
Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise.
Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Bureau, when I was dragged out from the wardrobe so half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about, after that. No, I don't want any of that shit. I have ships in the Ace Attorney franchise. I don't have fucking any for this game, okay? Not one. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Cousin Summer's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. I don't have two monitors, okay? I have the one
Somehow
monitor.
we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this
That's how
journey.
I say it. I'm not split screening this shit. I don't need that.
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials
And if
tribulations
anything,
ahead.
I would just
Of course there
fucking
will.
abandon anything related to Van Zieks
But
in
whatever
favor
happens,
of Black Bride.
I know I'll
You
be
know
able
that.
to turn my fortunes around.
You brought that violin with you out here?
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Sure you do. You don't have a very inspiring voice. No! Oh my God. God, can you talk some fucking sense into evil Moopie?
I can't control him.
Yes, you can! I don't
can
believe
just
you.
disapprove of what he says.
Is there a stream tomorrow? Yes, there will be. Oh, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The rail company has decided to pursue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have done it. We made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and now it's all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mr. Susato-san, you love defending yourself in court. It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? Mr. Sholmes? Yes! A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly! Any word you like, bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Runo's words, and I know the one you use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Unearned! That is the weakest objection out of everything. Completely unearned.
Hey, you two in chat, be quiet. You're being gross.
I can't believe that kissing. They like had a whole fucking season of relationship drama. It was earlier. It was weird. The following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived.
This is a weird will.
Something
they
was
won't
afoot,
they.
though I transpired I had over-ordered. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes. The money I've earned consulting detective work pays a penance in comparison. Sure. Kazuyanori.
We haven't slept a wink. The manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts.
Your will they, won't they K-drama?
No,
I don't know.
said.
I've never watched a
Wait,
K-drama.
a will they won't.
Because
are
your
a will they.
testimony is
That's so
riddled with
dumb.
contradictions. Exactly! Rarely do rare Koban coins even under rare stakes themselves. Well, whatever, fucking guys. Like, you know, here's the thing. I usually like this bit in, like these credits and shit. I couldn't give a fuck about any of these characters or what they're up to. Oh yeah, you kind of just disappeared though. This guy kind of just fucking disappeared. With no explanation whatsoever. Anyway, you mean these are the best characters out of all the games? You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar because Gumshoe isn't a thing. So, instant downgrade, really. Hi. Scientific investigation with gold standard policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, those hundreds of parts meshed together perfectly. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have got 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I think something's gonna fucking happen with you. And it's not gonna look pretty. Also, you look like you're wearing eyeliner. Oh, you're in the latest Rants magazine, are you? She wrote a line about you getting a standing ovation. Bad, I suppose, for an amateur. I see. Well, I don't give a shit. I really don't. But I still appreciate all of you guys. Like, all of you guys in the credits, not like, the people who worked in the game. I still appreciate you. 'Cause, you know, I wouldn't dare. What the fuck?
He's gone!
What the hell are you doing?
Bye.
What? What?
Evil Moopie is no more.
What did you do to him?
At least for today.
What did you do?
No.
Are you at liberty to say what you did?
I am not put on trial here. I'll just say he's gone. And we won't need to hear from him.
Oh, well then,
I am not at
I
liberty
didn't
to
realize
say.
you were in such close quarters with him.
I was wondering who was using the Wi-Fi. And I had to go looking, but I had a feeling he would be nearby.
Really? So it was stealing your Wi-Fi, is that it?
Well, he's gone now.
Just completely gone? Dead?
At least soul-wise, yes. His physical appearance is still nearby, but that'll soon be gone as well.
Alright, well, I guess he's dead now. I guess evil Moopie is, temporarily deceased. You can all rejoice in that. Zetius, you're a widow now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so, you're a widow now.
No one said anything about him being dead.
I said temporarily deceased. Just means, like, in the eyes of the law, he's dead. Now, here's the thing. I am underwhelmed by this game. Am I to compare it to all of my other experiences? I am wholly and severely underwhelmed. It's, Mr. Erlock and Mr. Naruhodo, that looks uncomfortable. I mean, I see where the love and desire for these characters come from, but... Oh, that's adorable. People ship you two so hard, don't they? Yeah, for the next game. I'm not recognizing any of these names. I don't know any of these voice actors. What a... How sad. You should remember the 4 names, Iris's non-published story. I fucking figured, and besides, if I desperately need to remember it, like, they'll fucking tell me. They'll fucking tell me. I don't care.
I have done unspeakable things.
No, you haven't. You're completely fine. I trust you. Why wouldn't I trust you? You're the good Moopie. You're my emotional
I've looked
support.
into my own face.
No, you're emotional support.
It's all red.
No, look, it's really not. You're emotional support. Look at you. You're like handsome and stuff.
The eyes turn dull. Right in front of me.
I really don't think so.
I'm handsome?
I did, yeah, you are handsome. You're very
Alright,
handsome.
everything's all good then.
Yeah.
Moral of the story. Kill your bad self.
Exactly. If you have an evil version of yourself, it should be killed.
And then you're just called handsome. That's the main goal.
Exactly. You don't need the evil side of yourself anyway. What use would you have for an evil side? Hmm? It will bring nothing but pain.
I mean, there's no getting rid of the evil side. It'll be back.
Oh dear.
But I just gotta keep doing this.
Like exercising the ghost over and over and over again?
Exactly. You don't actually kill ghosts, you just, make them go away for a little while.
Yeah, that sounds right. So, emotional support, how do you feel about that final case?
It was the most interesting one of all of them.
Of all the
I
cases
think.
in this game?
Well, I did like the boat one a lot but I think this one kind of held up my attention a little bit.
Mhm.
Not really through the beginning, but more towards the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you've experienced this game alongside me. What are your opinions on the game?
Who are you talking to?
You! Who else would I be
Oh.
talking to?
Zedius?
No. You're the one here. Give me. Talk. Tell me.
Wait, what was the question?
You've been here this whole time. What are your feelings, opinions? How are you feeling about this game?
It is a game that can be acquired for money.
So you have no opinion, is what you're saying?
It's not that good.
Really?
Seems fine. Seems fine.
No, come on, you can be honest with me. This is a safe space to share your honest opinions.
I have no opinion on this game.
Aw.
That's why I think it's not
Yeah, that's what I thought.
so good. I feel like the worst types of games are the ones you can't have an opinion about.
Yeah.
Because even games that you consider bad at least have something
Yeah, I
know,
totally get it.
to them.
Cause like I don't.
This was
I can't even say
this was
that
a
Yeah,
this was a game.
it was a game.
No, what were you gonna say? You can't even say what.
I can't even say that I have like incredibly strong negative opinions because I don't. I just got annoyed about it a lot.
It's
Congrats on completing the game. Oh, the Great Ace Attorney demo. Fucking. Fuck me.
I knew you downloaded the wrong one.
One of the games of all time, most definitely. And, it's a game.
I mean, it had some good moments. I liked Durlock Sholmes.
Yeah, like, with Erlock, he became the most interesting character, so he was really the only thing to really look forward to. Like every time he was on screen, I knew for a fact that my plot would actually be pushed forward. And so I appreciated him doing that. But,
The only reason you look forward to him is because you're looking forward to just continuing the game.
yeah.
Getting
Hang on, I need to add you properly onto here. Add existing UI, okay. Get rid of the game. Yeah.
I think it was very cool. It was an experience.
Yeah. Like, the reason that I can't say that I have an extremely negative opinion on it because I can say definitively that it's not bad. Like, it's not terrible. Like, there are good things about it. And I acknowledge that the cases can be pretty interesting, and I acknowledge that that I like the mechanics. I think Ace Attorney always has really good and engaging mechanics when it comes to both the shit in the investigations and stuff in the trials.
I don't think there were that bad things about it. It's like there were good things and there were average things.
Like,
Except for maybe a couple. annoying things.
Yeah, I
but
got so fucking annoyed at this game. So much more than I've gotten annoyed at like any of the other Ace Attorney games. And I just grew no connection to any of the characters, so I didn't give a shit about anyone. So you know what? Oh my goodness, people always are like top 1 in Una's mind of all murder mystery games played. Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. I would readily rank so many things above this. This is my least favorite Ace Attorney game. My least favorite. I think it is absolute bottom tier.
your least favorite so far.
My least favorite so far. I still have 3 more to do.
Exactly.
Unless we're counting the Layton game. Ugh, yeah. A real game tomorrow. You know, the bit that everyone gives a shit about. If I wasn't playing this on stream, I would have 100% quit playing this game. If this was if playing this game was my first exposure to the Ace Attorney franchise, I would have never fucking touched the rest of it, honestly. That is what I'm feeling about this game. And then if I did touch the rest of it, I'd be like, what the fuck? This bit's good. What the hell was that about? So I think generally I fail to see what made people adore this so much. But maybe that's a case of this being game 1 and not the second game that apparently everyone fucking
I mean,
loves.
maybe it's about to blow you away.
Maybe, but will it finally give me
Could
like
be the craziest twist you'd ever see coming.
maybe? But because like my problem is like in all the other games, like every time they introduce like a new character, I like with the witnesses and with the defendants, there was always someone new that I gave a shit about. And like there are a lot of characters in those games that I just don't care about, but there are also a lot of like minor characters that I really love. This game did not introduce a single character that I give a flying fuck about, which is a fundamental flaw in it for me. This is way better than Dual Destinies. Because there's no Fulbright.
Fulbright.
How could you say
Damn
that
it,
to me?
I shouldn't laugh at that, my bad.
How could you
I'll
say
mute.
that to me?
Okay, that was pretty funny.
How could you say that to me? I love you, Detective Fulbright.
See, I feel like this game had likable characters, but not like anything you'd care about them.
Yeah, exactly. Like
There's no good story.
like the-
to
like-
get you
like-
into their.
Like they're not all bad characters. None of them are bad characters. So I could 100. So if someone came to me and told me that I don't know, fucking Susato was their favorite character in the Ace Attorney franchise, I would say, yeah, I totally get that. Like that I can definitely see why you pick them out of anyone else. To me, there's like no one that really jumps out at me as being cool and someone I want to learn more about. like, I don't get the feeling that I want to learn more about someone. I get the feeling that they're setting shit up and I'm going to be forced to learn more about them. Which is a very different feeling. It's, I am disappointed, really. Kosusato isn't secretly a villain. That's no, you can't say that because I really love Trucy. I love Trucy, darling. That's my daughter. And I really like Maya. I grew really attached to Maya. And like, I like, my feelings were pretty mixed on Athena, but I ended up really liking her. No, it's fucking, I love so many fucking characters. We just, you know, don't need to look at the characters I got attached to. Those are different. Liking and caring about the character and getting horribly, terribly attached to them are very different things. Kind of happens like that, yeah. Not oh well. But yes, what? Fuck. I feel like 2 tutorial cases gave you a very bad impression, seeing the characters in the game with a very bad lens. I also think that definitely affected my feelings about this game. Like, it definitely, like giving me just a giving me that tutorial case right out the fucking gate, definitely set the game up for failure. It set the game up for failure. And then I think I was definitely being like way too negative about the second tutorial case because in hindsight it wasn't that bad, and I did like it. But also having more characters to compare to versus what you played at this trilogy or first. I'm not sure because no, because my problem isn't that there are more characters that I give a shit about in the other games. It's that there isn't anyone in this game that jumps out at me as someone I want to care about. Because like, if you notice, every time we played game, like there was always someone that I, like, you know, almost immediately ended up really liking in like all of those, in like so many of those cases. This one just fucking no one. Like, I don't care. Like, I think, honestly, I think by the end of this next thing, I might end up, like, giving Urlock some leeway, because my first impression of Urlock was me in horrible, horrible pain and just in no fucking mood for tomfoolery. So I think I am coming around to him more, but everyone else I just don't give a shit about, like, at all. And even then with Urlock, it's not anything in particular. It's just I guess you're alright feeling. But no, I do definitely think that first impressions really hinder the game, and I definitely have a lot of personal bias for the other games, so you can take my opinions with fucking spoonfuls of salt. So while I personally would put this game at as like my absolute least favorite Ace Attorney game, I am 100% open to being proven wrong with the next game. My hopes are just not that high at the moment, if you can understand why. I trust you guys though. I trust it'll be fine. You guys wouldn't lie to me, right?
Your chat always lies to you.
My chat always lies to me. Oh. You mean they're always lying to me? But you guys are cute and good, and you like me because I'm a little rabbit, don't you? I'm just a little guy.
Actually, you could trust your chat.
I can trust chat.
You just can't trust Zedius.
Oh, I just can't trust Zedius. People have Ace Attorney 3, Great Ace Attorney 2, and Ace Attorney Investigations 2 as their faves, including me. No, I totally get it. Ace Attorney 3, I definitely like. The other two I just haven't played. Like, Ace Attorney 3, if you told me, you came to me and you said my favorite Ace Attorney game is Ace Attorney 3, I would be like, fuck yeah, my dude, I 100% understand that one. That was a pretty good fucking game. The other two I haven't played, so I'll just have to come back to you on that one. I will talk more about these feelings once I've completed investigations and when I'm doing my case ranking. I will talk more about that. I just, I just can't talk about those games yet because I haven't experienced any of them. The most I've experienced of the first investigations is I started playing the first investigations game. I got to the point where Francisco shows up, and then I haven't played any further. So we'll have to fucking see. Also, people do feel this game is so shit, so you're not an outliner. Fucking thank Christ! Oh, thank Lord.
That's all I wanted to hear the past, like, 2 weeks.
Fuck this game. This is the first game I've ever played where I just sat here the whole time. Like, can I just not be playing this anymore? Fourth and fifth cases are usually nice. You're completely right. They do tend to be pretty strong. Because that's when the story really picks up. But, yeah, I'll fucking talk more about that when I do my fucking other tier list, you know? And I'm sure you guys are all excited for that, because I love tier lists and I love talking about my opinions about things. I love talking about my opinions. It feels good talking about my opinions of things. Oh dear, oh my. Your wrong opinions about things. Oh.
Your beautiful opinions
My
about
beautiful
things. Even if they're wrong.
Aww. But I can't be wrong. I'm me. I have to be right all the time.
You're right to you.
Aww.
And that's what matters.
I guess so. I appreciate you being here as my emotional support in the last fucking, what, 3 hours? How long has it been? Fuck to find out.
I don't know. Ever since I said I'm tired, boss.
Oh my god, it's been 4 hours. Almost
I
4.
can find it.
It's been a long time.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, almost 3 hours 20 minutes.
Classic finales take 2 years to finish. Yeah. Yeah, but at least we fucking got through it. Now I should stop. I really should stop fucking rambling, because otherwise we're gonna hit the 12-hour mark, and I really don't want to have to fucking deal with that with YouTube. Thank you for hanging out with me. As I trudge through this on the unexpected of Sundays. I will be streaming tomorrow, as scheduled, because, you know, I want to get this ball fucking rolling, because the faster we get this done, the faster we can hang out with Miles Edgeworth, and I'm excited for that, because you know I love me a good Miles Edgeworth. I love a good Miles Edgeworth. I love a good Miles Edgeworth.
Absolutely.
I know, Miles is so cute. I miss you, Miles. I miss you every day, Miles. Oh, Miles. Miles. I love you, Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth is so cool, you know. You know, Miles Edgeworth is so cool.
Oh,
What are you doing?
nothing. I just. Did you just come in here to say that? Okay, yeah. Alright, goodbye. Alright, VOD alive.
Oh, damn. I can't believe he's alive. Well, I guess you're not a widow anymore.
That was quick.
I know.
We're gonna end this soon before he comes back.
Yeah, I'm not good at picking people to raid, okay? I'm too indecisive.
Oh, yeah. You got time.
I do not have time. The
well,
longer
no, 'cause,
I
I mean,
sit
like,
here, the less people are gonna hang around. You know, that's just how
Well,
it
I mean,
works.
he's crawling back. He's, you know,
Yeah?
he is, he's just making it around the corner. You're slow. Yeah, he's fine. Okay, well, yeah, he's not gonna make it back to, his little tablet anytime soon.
Okay, so... Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out with me. It's been pretty cool. You guys are cool. I'm cool. You're cool. Everyone's cool. I made a raid message.
Oh, that is a raid message.
It is a raid message. It's cute. It's reminiscent of me, I'd say. Anyway, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Australian Central Standard Time at 9 o'clock in the morning. Though I'm sure everyone watching already knows that, because you're on the final episode of this series, of course, you know that. I release Utah covers.
The hearts.
I release Utah covers on the Friday, and I release the VODs on the Wednesday and Saturday. We are constantly a month off behind. We might catch up at some point. Who knows? I appreciate you all being here, and it means a lot to me that you would come and hang out with me on one of my off days, despite the fact that this isn't a normal stream time for me. So go to sleep if you need to. Have a good day. Bye bye, people. Bye bye.